Good morning, everyone, and welcome to a Committee of the Whole meeting of the County of Brant Council. Councillor Pierce is running a little bit late. He's coming. Councillor Chambers may be here at the very end, not sure. Councillor Garneau is going to be in TV land. Councillor Pierce is not running nearly as late as he thought he was. He's here now. And that's everybody. So attendance has been taken, which takes us to number 2 on the agenda, which is the approval of the agenda. Is there anything anyone wants to add to a very long agenda? No, I wouldn't think so. A motion to accept the agenda as it stands, Councillor Oakley and Councillor Coleman, which takes us to number 3. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Declaration of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, I would like a motion to have the council convene as a committee of the whole. Councillor Pierce and Councillor Bell. We are now a council committee of the whole. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, which takes us to number 5 on the agenda, and it's just the introduction of the economic outlook, and Miss Newton is going to do it from her seat at the table here.
Thank you, through your worship, to committee. Thank you for being here today. I know it'll be a long day, but we will try to make it as clear as possible, and staff are here to answer any questions as we move along. So I'm going to start, as Mayor Bailey said, with a bit of an introduction and go through our day. If we could go to slide 3, Alicia. Opening comments. There we go. Thank you. So 2023 was a tumultuous year. As we all know, there were a lot of changes and still a lot of impacts that we're seeing from COVID-19 and upheaval in the economy. The municipality, not just Brant, but municipalities in general, are facing some unique challenges, including high demands for service, declining revenues, pressures from unprecedented growth, volatile market conditions, and staffing challenges. So Canada's economy, according to most outlooks, is expected to avoid a recession, but growth will still be moderate at best. While the economy should benefit from a more predictable environment this year, high interest rates will continue to weigh against economic activity. Inflation accelerated in Canada and around the world over the past 2 years, with consumer and construction prices increasing at levels not seen in decades. In June 2022, the annual headline inflation rate hit 8.1% year over year, marking the fastest pace since 1983. The Bank of Canada has aggressively tightened monetary policy in response. We're likely to see a more normalized environment with cuts expected by mid-year. However, we won't be returning to the record lows seen pre-pandemic. Job gains have continued to be strong, with unemployment rate remaining low. These conditions have resulted in the upward revision to gross domestic product estimates for the year. No sector has been immune to these factors. Heightened inflation experienced over the past years, as well as expectations for continued inflation above the 2% target, have applied significant pressure to the county's operating and capital budgets for goods and services. So the province also is expected to have minimal economic growth in 0.2% according to RBC in 2024, as households remain under pressure from high interest rates. Cost of living and housing affordability is largely expected to continue to be top of mind for 2024. Fortunately, strong manufacturing investments in the automotive sector in Ontario will help support the overall growth, but this is likely to be dampened by softening demand. So the local economy is generally performing above the levels seen at the provincial and national averages. The census area has an unemployment rate below the national and provincial average, 4.3%, as opposed to 5.7% and 6.2% respectively. Our 2023 building permit levels remain strong, with 1,157 permits issued, totaling just over $201 million as of December 2023. New business openings and steady spending were supported by continued population growth. 25 businesses accessed grant funding through digital Main Street programming, totaling $63,500. And according to the Canada Business Count data from 2022 to 2023, the number of businesses in the County of Brant increased by 167, and the number of jobs grew by 492. So every year, the County of Brant participates in the BMA Management Consulting annual municipal study, which reviews and compares key social, economic, and environmental factors to evaluate the municipality's overall financial position. Some key service level comparisons are shown in the next two slides, demonstrating that the county is the highest of all the comparators in terms of population growth and household income, and mid-range or lowest in terms of net levy cost per capita, property taxes as a percentage of income, and total municipal burden as a percentage of income. If we could go through the next two. It's shown on these slides, and I think you have them in front of you. Again, this is positive news demonstrating that the county is performing above average in a broader context. Some of the direct impacts to the current budget include ever-increasing staff workloads resulting from growth, capital projects, heightened service level expectations, and legislative requirements. We have high infrastructure demands, complexity of operations is increasing, aggressive, challenging recruitment landscape, service downloads from upper levels of government, limited resources to meet opportunities and challenges as they arise. In other words, we're largely reactive versus proactive, and our workforce is at capacity, and burnout is a concern. Go forward. So I just have a few comments on the 2024 budget before we get into the details. Staff have worked diligently to develop this budget, and I'd like to thank them for their work in getting us to this point. Inflationary and growth-related pressures have impacted budgets significantly across Southern Ontario in particular. Staff have been keeping an eye on budgets in neighboring municipalities, and while we've seen some single-digit comparators, it is important to note that they're not all presenting all-in budgets. In other words, some of them that are showing single-digit are only representative of the municipality portion and not necessarily with external agencies and water, wastewater all blended in, which we are. The long-term financial plan provides a framework and contextual background for budget deliberations. You've seen at least the first blush of that study, and the plan will continue to be developed, including development charges, asset management, and rate-based components in 2024 to provide more comprehensive tool for forecasting in 2025 and beyond. The decision packages that you see in your binder have been scaled back significantly by senior staff, and while I hate to have to have any, quite honestly, in a difficult year, these are the packages that we've deemed necessary to meet existing programming needs and commitments. So in other words, they're not enhanced service in front of you. So unless there are any questions to what I've just said, I'd like to turn the podium over to Heather Boyd, who will present the budget. But again, I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions for Allison, please. Councillor Oakley, you first.
Through you, Mayor Barely, to Allison. So just to clarify with our decision packages, these should be seen more as discretionary options that just get us up to our current level of service, not as increased service. Essentially, this is pre-allocating where we can afford to cut things if we're looking to cut services.
Through you, Your Worship. So there's sort of two sections of decision packages, the ones put forward by staff and the ones that are proposed by council. The ones put forward by staff we're deeming as necessary to maintain our current levels of service and the current commitments that we have that have already been directed to staff. And then there are decision packages put forward by council. So I'm I have no opinion on those, other than obviously it's at council's discretion.
Thank you very much.
Councillor House?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to Allison. As I understand it, one of the factors, I think you touched on it there, was there have been some shifts in funding, elements that in the past the province or the federal government might have contributed to the operating costs of our municipality. Some of those funds are gone, and there are elements like some development charges that used to be able to go towards things like affordable housing now cannot. As we go through this process, will we be identifying a budget line item that specifically highlights costs that we now have to bear that we didn't used to have to bear? Because because there is another municipality, was it Guelph? Guelph, who I believe strictly identified it in their budget process. I'm just wondering if that's something we've contemplated.
Through your worship, we don't, I believe, have a line item specifically for that, but we can certainly make some estimates. It's not, an exact science, but we can certainly get some numbers for you.
Other questions for Allison? Seeing none, we're going to have Heather Boyd come up and begin the process.
Good morning, and thank you, Mayor Bailey, for letting me speak this morning on the 2024 draft budget. So a quick overview of what I'm going to go through. Basically the same components that we've been through at last year's budget overview session. Where are we now? So the budget timeline and initial direction, those were provided to staff during the summer of 2023. Preparing the draft estimates and the budget that was undertaken in the summer and fall. And then here we are at the presentation of the initial budget position. We will speak a little bit to where we go in terms of next steps, but the evaluation and review of the budget will happen at the February 1st meeting with approval hopefully for the end of February council meeting, and then we go forward in implementing the budget and establishing controls. Public engagement. So our public engagement portal did open on Monday, I think. We have had some comments received through the public engagement portal that we will be responding to this week. And then we will be summarizing any comments we received, any questions and answers. Those will all be presented to you as part of your February 1st package so that you can see what we're looking at in terms of before we make any decisions. The format of the budget binder and website, they mirror each other, and it's the same format we've used for several years now. This is outlined in terms of the order of basically presentations today, and then the decision packages and capital are separate items so that when we get into deliberations, those are packaged together. When we do presentations today, you'll see them. Each section has been brought out in terms of their own capital and decision packages when we make the GM presentations, so we can speak to those items at the time. The overview of the 2024 proposed budget for operating is listed below. At this time, we are projecting a 2024 proposed budget of $78,482,000, which represents a 14.9% increase on the net levy. And we were asked to do a little bit more detailed work on property tax impacts. So the residential home, the median home assessed at $383,000 based on 2016 assessment numbers, remember. That's looking at a 10.5% increase. For farmland, which is on average, we took a 50-acre parcel with no buildings, and that would be, well, they're all 10.5%, but there are your dollar amounts: 363 and 10 cents on the residential home, 137.47 on a farmland parcel with no buildings. And usually, if a farm has like a residence, the residential would also apply for 1 acre of that. And a commercial small retail at $392.68. Very high level, and I'm sure we'll get into lots more discussion. Budget drivers. So the budget drivers are provided in your binder, so you can see them up close. There's a few that we did do a bit of analysis on the drivers this year, so a few things I want to speak to. So the majority of the drivers, I think we talked about it during the 2023 deliberations, that a lot of the shifts we were making and the money we were moving, how that was going to impact this year's budget drivers, how it was going to change our starting positions. So a lot of the drivers this year are things that have already been decided by council. New debt that we had to issue in 2023, direction provided for the 2024 budget, and some of the mid-year decisions like the reorganization and a few other staff pieces. So that piece of decisions that have already been made reflects almost $7 million or 10.1% net levy increase. So those are decisions that have already been made that most of them would be very difficult to walk back. Some of them we may be able to offset with some other tools, but that's the impact of the decisions we've made so far. Of the ones that haven't already been approved, there is a significant amount of increase that's related to things that we don't have control over. The cost of utility, we don't have significant control over. Cost of utilities, the insurance renewal has already gone through. OPP cost increases, essential software we need, OMERS increases. Those reflect approximately 1.4 net levy increase or $940,000. Another key budget driver being the salary, wages, and benefits increases. We are proposing a 2.5% cost of living increase for non-union staff. We do have collective agreements for both of our unions going forward this year, so we are expecting some increased costs related to that. And we do have increased benefit costs, which are mandated, and some grid step changes for staff not currently at full job rate. And those increases total $1.2 million or 1.7% increase in the net levy. There are a few other adjustments that are listed on that table there that we've labeled as budget drivers. Most of them are departmental in nature and will probably be addressed during those presentations. And then there's also just some small inflationary things that when you gather them all up, they do present a bit of an increase, but all those other adjustments, both the departmental ones and the small drivers, are approximately $1.1 million or 1.7 net levy increase. So the 2024 draft capital budget. So we have identified almost $92 million in capital expenditures for 2024. And our treasury staff have gone through and fully funded those this year. So they're funded from the tax levy, reserves, grants, debt, donations. That also includes development charges and debt relating to development charges. So of that, in relation to our presentation in December, $32.5 million is identified as asset management related projects. 16 million of the capital expenditures are to be funded by the 2024 tax levy. This is in keeping with the budget direction provided in July. For reference, we did have a number of other projects that had originally been identified to go forward in 2024, but we have reduced to keep in line with council's direction on the capital levy. Further details on the capital program, with some more discussion about the funding sources, the 10-year forecast, and review of asset management versus growth and development projects is in the budget materials and the binder. Following the external agencies on January 17th, there is time dedicated for further discussion on the capital budget. So if there's any analysis or any further questions council wants us to dive into, it would be good if we had that ahead of time so we can prepare for that meeting. Decision packages, so Allison did touch on this. Typically, our direction is that we're supposed to provide those for proposed increases or changes in level of services and the purchase construction of new assets. Generally, we have always at the county done them for any new position, regardless of whether it's growth related and needed just to maintain our level of service, or if it's related to a new service or service enhancement. We've presented 23 decision packages for committee's consideration. 16 are based on staff determined needs that we feel is needed to maintain services to the community, and 7 of those are things that council have referred to the budget process for discussion. If we approved all the decision packages, it would be an additional $2 million or 2.83% increase to the net levy. Next step, each department head will be making presentations today on their division. They'll be going through the division overview, and this year we will also be doing a high-level review of the capital projects and decision packages. This meeting is intended mostly for information and questions, and possibly to raise some things you want us to look at further or you want staff to take into consideration. It's really not intended for final recommendations or decisions of the committee that are going to go forward to council. And the next meeting I already spoke to is the external agencies. February 1st is scheduled as the first meeting for budget deliberations and review the decision packages. And we will be scheduling additional meetings if needed in the hopes of getting it to council on February 27th. Our budget team is on the side here, Heather Mifflin, our Director of Finance and Treasury, Heather Bailey, the Manager of Accounting and Budgets. Next to her is not Vanessa, it's Dustin Van Engen, Senior Accountant, and then Vanessa Graves, Senior Accountant. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Heather? Councillor Pierce, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Heather. Can I ask that, like, when the heads of the departments come up and make their presentation, just to kind of give them a heads up here that I'm going to ask them all, can we get some indication, I know we've spoken about it in the past, of how many employees are in each of those divisions? It doesn't have to be exact, but just an approximate number of employees that are in the departments. Can we get that, please?
Yep.
Thank you.
For sure. I'll have them work on that.
Any other questions for Heather? Councillor Bell and then Councillor Miller.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Heather. Heather, you said that you're proposing a 2.5% increase in salaries for non-union staff. Does that keep us in line with our intention to be on the 50% level of salaries overall?
We are proposing that one of the things that we're going to do in HR this year is do another comprehensive review of the salary and benefits package. We're not sure that all our positions are maintaining that 50%, and we would like to go to market again, take another look at it. Our benefits are also wildly outdated, so there is some work we need to do in 2025 to make sure that in 2024 to make sure that for 2025 we are keeping up with attainment and retention practices.
Okay, thank you. It seems low given inflation, as you said, last year was 8%. So there's a catch-up period. 2.5 doesn't equal 8, so I think we've got a bust.
Yeah.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The three to Heather. Heather, the bottom line, it's a bit shocking if you didn't sit around this table last year. If you did sit around this table last year, budget, it's pretty much in line with what I think I was expecting anyways. I know I've talked to a few councillors and I said that looks like it's going to be about 10%. But is there anything in the budget, anything that come as a surprise to you or any of the budget team? They looked at it and said, whoa, didn't see that, or is everything?
I think maybe one of the things that is a little surprising is more in terms of the decision packages, and there do seem to be a number of requests that have come forward from outside agencies looking for money, and I think some of those are going to be ongoing costs every year. So that was one of the things. It's not in the hardcore 14.9 number, but that's probably the one thing that I was most shocked at, that it was going to be another burden to carry on. So
Okay. Anything else?
probably it's been a while since we first screwed those numbers up. I mean, I'll agree that the number when I first saw it was very shocking, and I don't know that there's any one single tidbit that's contributed to that number being high. It's not like, oh, insurance is like ridiculous this year and it's a 150% increase. It's a lot of little things, and it's a lot of things we did last year. The capital budget piece is really by far our biggest driver of the operating budget. Is $3 million, based on last year we decided that we were going to move the target up, and then we increased it by the CPI index as well. So that was probably the biggest one. Like, oh man, like it's hard to overcome those with other little decreases.
Okay. Hey, it's interesting that it's very similar to what Toronto is looking at. The world's falling apart for Toronto, so thank you.
Just like to acknowledge Councillor Garneau's on the call now. Councillor Opie, you're next.
Through you, Mayor Bailey, to Heather. In terms of going forward, we're obviously going to deal with this budget as is, but you mentioned that we often include all new positions as decision packages, even if they are to maintain the current level of service. And they're not currently, though I can probably draw conclusions and figure out which are which, they're not currently marked on the decision package is what or what. Going forward, would it be advisable that we as a council direct staff to include those positions to maintain service as part of the budget rather than as discretionary pieces? Because I have a feeling that we've probably missed some that should have been included in previous years, and we could miss some this year.
I think one of the things that we've been talking about as a finance group is we have been looking around at what other places are presenting in terms of their budget documents and how they come forward. We've had our council services group do a bunch of research into what's considered decision package type things, although everybody calls them something different. But I would like to do more of a review this year in terms of how we present our budget, and do we need to include some of these inflationary positions as part of the base budget? Is that something council would be supportive of, or do they like to have them all laid out in terms of decision packages? So it's something we've been thinking about, certainly not in time to tinker with for 2024, but absolutely something we've identified that there are some places that are presenting budgets in a very different format. So before we get budget direction, we'd like to look at that for 2025.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Bell, you're next, please.
Yeah, thank you again, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Heather. Heather, the city, as I understand it, are looking not only at 2024 budget, but a forecast for 25 through 27, which seems to me like good fiscal management, because I would hate to take decisions in 2024 that then come and bite us in the bum in 25 through 27. I'll give an example. I mean, it could be the point I made earlier about the rate of increase of staff salaries. If I reflect back on capital, we've held capital back a number of years, and now we're having to pay the price for that. I would not like us to get out of sync. So I would like it to be considered by staff that we actually move to the same one-year budget with a 3-year forecast after that, so that we can get a kind of context for the decisions we make in the budget year. And I don't know that I need to make a motion to do that, but I would like to see that move forward. And in fact, I'm happy to make the motion right now that we, in future, I don't want it this year, Heather, but in future years we have a budget year and a forecast for the 3 years thereafter. And I look for a seconder.
Seeking a seconder for Councillor Bell. Councillor Howes, any other discussion before we call the vote? Councillor Miller?
Yeah, do we have the staff in finance to do that? In light of the decision packages, I think I see a couple of finance department positions there. So I would ask through you, Mr. Mayor, if we could find out if we have the staff to carry that out.
Heather?
Okay, thank you. So we have been following what the city's doing. This is their first trial multi-year budget. We've been talking to city finance staff and trying to keep an eye on what they're doing, so maybe we can piggyback on that for a future initiative. Now, they did hire, or they did second one person for 2 years just to do their multi-year budget process. So certainly it would be a major undertaking for us, but we could bring forward the starting seeds of that, I guess, is we could start looking at it. And yeah, once again, the financial staff resources are very tight. I don't know how far we could get into it this year. And also the city time there's pretty carefully in terms of like the election period. So we would also have to look at that is if we don't do it in 2025, we certainly probably couldn't do it for the 2026 budget because we wouldn't want to commit future councils to a new process. So I do think it's sensitive, but it's certainly something we are happy to look at, and we have been working to consider something like that.
Councillor Oakley.
Through you, Mayor Bailey, just my 2 cents on this. I had a conversation actually with some members of Guelph City Council about this because that process did interest me. I am curious if it's not a better direction to take for us to give to staff for the next term for them to look at a multi-year budget starting with the next term of council. Just because we are in an awkward place where by the time we get to next year, we're going to be designing a 4-year budget, of which 3 years are in a new term of council, taking away some of their agency. Though that being said, it is an interesting concept and perhaps something where we could find some cost savings.
Councillor Bell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to reply to Councillor Oakley, we're talking about a budget for a given year, which we do now, and a forecast. And I don't believe a forecast actually binds anybody to anything. It just informs us and allows us to make better decisions in the year in which we're actually approving a budget. So I wouldn't agree with him there. But I appreciate that it takes more people, but we're a growing organisation. If you just look at the size of the budget now compared to when I started 5 years ago, sorry, this is the 6th budget, my guess is we're almost double what we were 6 years ago. And that is just a trend that we're going to follow. And we have to start getting serious, very serious about how we manage our fiscal responsibilities. And to do that without that insight that a forecast gives you is very, very difficult. And I would not want to have the legacy of this council that we made decisions in isolation without seeing the full merit of anything we make. The long-term financial plan is a real plus here. Because I think that actually gives you a lot of the elements you need to support a forecast. And I think we'll find real benefits from both the long-term financial plan and being able to forecast 2 years forward. So I would, even though it may cost us an extra person in finance, I would fully support that.
Are there any other questions to the motion before we call it? It's on the floor. It has a seconder. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We are now going to hear from Heather again, isn't it? Heather Boyd, 7.1. Section 2 of the binder.
Sorry, just getting there. Okay. How do I go into presentation mode? I don't know that. Thanks. Okay, thank you, Mayor Bailey. Section 2 of the budget binders contains the budget summary for the mayor and members of council. 2023 represented the first full year of the 2022 to 2026 term of council, which came with a few initiatives such as updated technology for council members, implementation of the hybrid council standing and advisory committee meetings, and the creation of a government relations committee intended to enhance the county's representation and voice at provincial and federal levels. Expenditures that form this base budget are those specifically related to council and council member compensations, memberships, conference expenses, and some contracted legal and integrity commissioner services. The draft budget proposes a 3.7% increase for this section, primarily attributed to a cost of living increase for council members to reflect the one proposed for staff, increased benefits costs, increased cost of memberships and subscriptions, and a small increase in conference expenses related to the Government Relations Committee. There are no capital expenditures proposed for the mayor and member of council. There were a number of decision packages that resulted from recommendations and referrals from council to the 2024 budget deliberations. Sorry, I can go to those. These include 3 requests related to the intimate partner violence and gender-based violence presentations heard late 2023, a new hospital reserve fund contribution, which was subject to previous presentations and outlined in the December presentation on the long-term financial plan, a request for a contribution to the Grand Erie District School Board Paris track redevelopment, and a request from Sacred Heart for a contribution towards improvements to the parish hall. One request which was referred but hasn't been included at this point is the Grand River Conservation Authority and a potential investment in the Apps Mill property. We are still trying to work with the GRCA to determine the status of that need in advance of the external presentations next week. So that may be one more that's forthcoming before our February 1st discussions. Unless there's any questions, that's my presentation on the mayor members.
Questions, please, for Heather. Councillor Oakley?
Through you, Mayor Bailey, to Heather. So am I understanding correctly that the salaries, wages, and benefits increase is to council and itself? Or to...
Yes.
Okay. Might I make a suggestion then, or a motion that we include those increases as a decision package? Rather than increase, or is that already pre-approved?
Remuneration bylaw speaks to council having the same cost of living increase as staff, and it's largely so that council isn't every year reconsidering its own value and need for increased salaries. So.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Heather? Steve?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just further to that, so it is, council's not getting a greater salary increase than staff.
No, no,
that's
same salary.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Seeing none. We are now going to Allison again, which is 7.2.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm going to present the Office of the CAO budget. This includes myself, including an executive assistant that's shared between Protective and Emergency Services and Office of the CAO. Corporate Strategy, which is a new division, Legal Services, and we've also included the Cowan Community Health Hub in this section of the budget, just because we didn't know where else it would go. So I will be speaking to that also. So obviously there were a lot of changes in 2023, including myself. So I'm not going to take credit for all of these accomplishments, but recruitment and transition of new CAO, established and implemented a new management structure, which I think is working very well for staff, and began the stabilization process, which is going to be ongoing throughout this year. 2024 priorities include updating and implementing the corporate strategic plan. If you recall, we decided to wait until the long-term financial plan was complete in order to finalize that. So you will be seeing that come back shortly. Create and implement a corporate succession plan. This has been something that's been identified and in some ways speaks to what I mentioned earlier in regards to our reactive versus proactive approach, and that I think we need to shift moving forward. Work with finance to continue to manage a difficult budget, ongoing pressures, and funding for the new hospital. We are looking to make much better use of all the data that we own and data available from multiple different sources. I don't think we utilize that to the full extent we should be. Again, down to resources. And continue to stabilize the workforce. There are a lot of pressures associated with the workforce, including a challenging recruitment, retention environment, and increasing workloads. So the drivers include that reorganization and management structure and general inflationary pressure. Again, just speaking to specifically the CAO budget, the increase is the executive administrator, which is now shared, like I said, between this office and Emergency and Protective Services. And moving on to corporate strategy, which is new. So Adam Crozier, who is now the Director of Corporate Strategy, was within the office of the CAO as a project manager. We've created this division. I think it's important to have this. It fills a lot of gaps that both staff have identified and council has identified. So I'm really excited to see what comes out of this, and I think it'll make a big difference. In 2023, there was public consultation for the new corporate strategic plan, which I've already spoken to. And as you know, the Director of Corporate Strategy, Adam Crozier, served as acting CEO of BME through the second half of 2023. So he's really starting full-time in his position as of January. 2024 priorities include doing the detailed design along with operations and planning for Grand River Street North and the Downtown Master Plan for Paris. Complete the corporate strategic plan, start the climate change action plan, which again has been a sort of long-term strategic initiative that hasn't had any resources towards it. And this division is also really going to take on that broader applicability of all of our data sources, including our WCCD, and fully establish the physician recruitment program. Obviously, the budget drivers, it's a little bit of a mess given that it's a new division, so took some reorganization this year that will normalize, I expect, in 2025. But there is also an increase in contracted services for Brant Safe Streets and increase in the physician recruitment funding as was directed in 2023. Legal services. As you know, Ms. Zudema is unfortunately leaving the county's employ, and she's not here today. But 2023 accomplishments include implementation of the body-worn cameras for bylaw officers, negotiated numerous settlements at the OLT, assisted with substantial developments in Paris and St. George, and provided education for the newly created licensing tribunal. 2024, this will largely stay the same, although this division, it's yet to be seen what it's going to look like given some of the changes. So I will be presenting some proposals for council to consider on how to position this moving forward. The 2024 budget drivers include increased salary, wages, and benefits, and insurance premiums.
Questions, Councillor Pierce?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Allison. So just quickly, for legal services, the salaries, wages, and benefits, is that with Jyoti's salary still in there or not in there? I understand we're going to have to fill the position, but is that including that salary?
Through your worship, it is including that salary. Again, we're giving some thought about how that might be restructured as a division,
right,
with some cost savings. But again, we need to look at it in further detail, but I plan in February or March to bring something forward to council to consider.
Okay, but that is in there. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bell, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Alison. Alison, where would we put the costs of representation at the OLT in defence of many of the things that we are trying to defend?
Through your worship. So I believe some of those costs are in legal services, but Heather might be able to confirm where they all sit within the budget.
Yeah, the in-house ones are obviously part of legal services. There's a few small accounts for some external legal services, but largely we've always dealt with those as unfunded amounts. They fall to the bottom line of the budget. We don't like to budget for these kind of legal problems. It's usually just easier to deal with them afterwards.
If I may then, Mr. Mayor, just a difficult question maybe, maybe an uncomfortable question. How much did we spend last year?
We can get that number for a future meeting. I don't think we have that on hand at the moment.
Any other questions for Allison? Are you finished with
Okay.
that now?
I'll touch very briefly on the Cowan Community Health Hub. It continues to be profitable after 2 years of occupancy. There's now a permanent part-time property management coordinator. 2024 priority is really to get this finalized and get the transfer made to BME. The budget drivers include, as with everything, inflationary increases, and that a lot of those lease payments that were negotiated in 2021 are being impacted by the cost of inflation, because obviously they were negotiated pre some of these inflationary pressures. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any other questions if there are any.
Are there any other questions? Okay, seeing none, it takes us to 7.3, which is, I'm sorry, Heather Boyd, and you're going to speak to section 4, please, of the budget.
Thank you, Mayor Bailey. Section 4 of the budget binder contains the budget summary for the Corporate Services Department. This consists of Corporate Services Administration, Council Services, Records Management, Human Resources, Business and Technology Solutions, and Finance. For Corporate Services Administration in 2023, we were largely focused on facilitating the number of financial studies we did this year, completing the review of the Community Grants Program, working towards a lease for the new paramedics headquarters, and reviewing department-wide resources. CS Admin also oversees the customer service of the frontline reception at the county administration buildings. Oh, thank you. For 2024, Corporate Services Administration will be working towards the completion of the commitments made in 2023, including the presentation of the final long-term financial plan. We will also be reviewing our employee programs, including attraction, retention, compensation, benefits, and other human resources policy reviews for the 2025 budget. The Corporate Services Administration budget has a proposed increase of 5.9%. Largely, this is attributed to a reallocation of costs for the customer service group. Council Services in 2023, the Council Services Division, led by Alicia Dijak, the Director of Council Services and Clerk. They were largely focused on onboarding, training, and administering the Council's standing committees and advisory committees. They organized a comprehensive council orientation program that met both legislative training requirements and provided a wealth of corporate and government knowledge. The division also undertook a committee structure and meeting schedule change and the introduction of full hybrid meetings. For 2024, Council Services will continue to focus on the development of their staff, finalizing the transition of the advisory committees to hybrid format, and formalizing policies and procedures. They will also begin the planning process for the 2026 municipal and school board election, and starting with a ward boundary review. The Council Services budget has a proposed increase of 16.2%. This is largely attributed to additional funds that we're going to need for the 2026 budget. The 2026 election. So every year we put some money aside in a reserve so that we don't have like every 4 years one giant hit on costs for the elections. So other increases include the annualization of a position approved in 2023, and a couple budget allocations. Records management. In 2023, the Records Management Division, led by Helen Kennedy, the Manager of Records Services, they advanced our corporate objective to move towards electronic records. They're expanding and continue to develop our electronic records management system, and this year they undertook a major digitization project in collaboration with the operations group. The move towards electronic records will have long-term efficiencies for the organization, reducing our reliance and our paper record footprint and making documents more accessible for all of us. For 2024, records management will continue with the organization rollout of the electronic documents and is working in cooperation with the Council Services Division to provide some cross-training and mentoring opportunities so that there's, at the end, a more well-rounded pool of record services professionals. The budget has a proposed increase of 4.2%, largely cost of living increases and a small increase in film and imaging to move that forward. Human Resources. In 2023, the Human Resources Division, led by Karen Dropko, the Director of Human Resources, was largely focused on recruitment, onboarding, design, and setup of the new Human Resources Information System, and preliminary work towards a comprehensive mental health initiative for the county. For 2024, we will be undertaking negotiations with both of the county's two unionized workforces. So that will be a primary focus of the Human Resources Group. Staff compensation and benefit reviews are also scheduled to be undertaken to address the increasing pressures on recruitment and retention. The Human Resources budget has a proposed increase of 7.1%. This is largely attributed to the annualization of a position approved in 2023 and increased labor costs anticipated to go along with those two union negotiations. Business and Technology Solutions. The Business Solutions led by James Rickert, our Director of Business and Technology Solutions. They worked on a number of collaborative projects in 2023, including working with the county's emergency management and fire services to integrate the drone technology and expertise with search and rescue and emergency operations. They also worked on key system infrastructure for asset management, a number of new installations, and expanded internet and Wi-Fi connectivity at county parks and facilities. Most notably, St. George had some connection issues, and the Paramedic Administration Office on Henry Street saw some upgrades. For 2024, the team will be focusing on a number of other new system installations, working on some security enhancements for both in-house and cloud-based systems, rolling out multi-factor authentication to all staff, and continuing to find efficiencies and integrations to help streamline the technology that we use in the products that we purchase. The Business and Technology Solutions budget has a proposed increase of 7.5%, which is primarily related to the growth of municipality, additional equipment and systems required to maintain operations, and inflationary increases related to the software and systems that we rely on.
We have questions before you proceed. Councillor Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Heather. This is one of the ones I want to understand how many employees are in that.
Yeah.
Do we know?
Heather, can you look those up for me? Okay, I'm going to get Heather to
Thank
do that
you.
for me because I haven't had time to sit down.
Yep, no,
sorry,
I appreciate
16 for this division? 16.
16, thank you.
I can go through them quickly. Council services, you guys are at 7 now? 6? 5.5? Records management is 2. That's an easy one to remember. I think human resources is at 7. I think that's where I got the 7 from. The business technology is 16 and finance is 20. 20 for finance. For finance, in 2023, the finance division led by Heather Mifflin, the Director of Finance and Treasurer, had a heavy focus on a number of key financial studies, including the long-term financial plan, the development charges study, the core infrastructure asset management plan. Planning for the wastewater rate study, non-core infrastructure asset management, and the new financial reporting requirements was also a key component for their team. For 2024, they will be focusing on meeting the commitments to finalize those studies, to bring together the comprehensive long-term financial plan, and are working on preparing policy and guideline documents to accompany these plans, so that can help inform and help direct council's future spending initiatives. The finance budget has a proposed increase of 6.9%, which is primarily attributed to additional costs incurred for credit card and online payments and increased software costs and support. Capital budget initiatives for corporate services comprise 3 standard items for the Business and Technology Solutions Department. These are required every year to purchase and update equipment and software. There are also 3 studies proposed: the Development Charges Background Study and the Asset Retirement Obligation Study. These are legislative requirements, so those absolutely have to go forward, and also a compensation and benefits review, which is well overdue. Proposed decision packages. So the County of Brant is a growing municipality, more services, infrastructure, and responsibilities being delivered in an increasingly complicated legislative landscape. Our organization is at a size and maturity now where we either invest in some restructuring and modernization of the finance department, or we risk falling further behind, not meeting reporting requirements, and not providing the best value for taxpayer dollar. Undertaking the long-term financial plan and reviewing financial tools that are being introduced in other municipalities has brought to light a number of initiatives in terms of improved cash flow tracking, investments, and budget metrics that the finance group sees a lot of value in, but we don't have the resources to explore at this time. The 3 proposed finance positions, which are outlined in detail in the decision packages, they form the backbone of a restructuring that will go a long way towards modernizing this division. The Disability Claims Specialist is a critical need for our Human Resources Division. This function is currently done by several generalist positions, kind of like a side thing that they do when they're not doing other duties. And their focus, attention, and expertise is often split between other HR functions, specifically at peak recruitment times. So the Disability Claims Specialists provide a key resource for the county's vulnerable employees, those that require support due to illness or injury, and would protect the municipality, ensuring we meet our legislative requirements in those areas and have the employment landscape that is favorable to attract and retain quality candidates. The council assistant position is a service gap that has been identified in our council service division. With the move to a full-time executive assistant for the mayor, it became apparent how valuable a position that provides. It's a higher level of access and support for members of council. So having another person in that would give more support to all members of council, and would also provide a backup to the EA for the mayor. They would coordinate councilor attendance at conferences and local events, and would serve as a resource to council members and the clerks group for research, development, working with ratepayers, engagement in those functions. It would also provide critical support for the municipal and school board elections. So presumably 2016, that position would partly seconded for work on the elections. The recorded voting software and committee secretary decision packages, that has been before council previously and was referred to the 2024 budget deliberations. Probably could have been in the mayor and council section or the council services section, but half a dozen of one, 6 of the other. It was referred here so that it could be considered within the context of the overall budget needs. So you guys have already had your discussions and deliberations on that and seen the staff report with the details. So I will leave that one at that. And that forms a summary of our corporate services.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Are there any questions for Heather? Yeah, Councillor Miller, you're first.
A couple comments, couple questions. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Heather. The Business and Technology Solutions, James Rickert, accomplishments. He didn't mention, but he should have. They've done a lot of work helping us bring high-speed internet to the county, so I thought that was an accomplishment that James should be proud of, and I would have mentioned that. I think records management, given our whole county operates on records, that they only have 2 people, I think it's a real, very effective division. Those decision package you were showing, those, the amounts though, those are those are for people hired halfway through the year, is that correct?
Yes, those are all based on July 1st start date.
Okay, so those would be doubled then for the following year. And then, last question. If we were looking to examine our use of office space, that would be your department? Do you think that would
I
lead
think
that?
it would primarily fall under operations. The facility management group would be largely responsible for at least starting that process. All the general managers would have input into it, but I think it would be someone from the facility management group that would start, but like the actual layouts.
Yeah. But from a high level, like looking at, do we have enough spaces? Should we consolidate? All that stuff.
Yeah, it would certainly be a joint project. If it was something council wanted to look at, I would suggest that it be identified as a project for 2024, and then senior management would take that and fill in.
Yeah, I'm not thinking 24, but I am thinking beyond that because I don't think we've really looked at it since COVID hit, and we've done the work from home partial. So I think it might be something that if we're looking to save money down the road, some municipalities they'll do a service review or whatnot, and I think that there's merit in that. And you mentioned you're going to have a look at the salary benefits analysis, but I think part and parcel of that might be maybe for 2025, but that would be a council decision. Is looking at our office space. Do we need all the space? Do we need more space? Should we consolidate and all that stuff? Because I think there's some there's some benefits there, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Any other questions for Heather? Seeing none. Thank you. Thank you, Heather. That takes us to 7.4 on the agenda, which is section 5, and that's Pam.
So we have the corporate finance section too.
Oh, okay.
I'll be quick.
Okay, no, it's fine. Sorry about that.
Okay, so just quickly through the taxation and corporate finance, this is kind of a grouping of a little bit of odd financing related items. So the federal provincial grant, that's the OMPF funding that we get. One of the components is we get funding for the rural component. So the change there is related to the shift between urban and rural population. The fees and services, that's our microfits are in here. So that's an adjustment to the microfit revenue to reflect actuals. Other revenues, this is where the boundary compensation lives, and it's the annual reduction as we're in the 7th year of the 11-year agreement. Other tax revenue, this is where the supplementary taxes are. It is there is no change. It was budgeted at 1.9 million in 2023 and stays the same for 2024. The adjustment there is related to the other federal provincial payment in lieu of taxes amount. Under the reserves and reserve fund contributions, the first or the major one there, in 2023, council had incorporated 600,000 from the contingency rate stabilization reserve. That has been removed. Council, as part of their 2024 budget decisions, can choose to add an amount in from the contingency rate stabilization reserve. The other change there is a change to the development charge revenue being brought in as payment to the debt funding, which is below. So then down under expenditures, the materials, insurance, and contracted services, those all relate to the microfits for monitoring and such. For the change to the rent and financial expenses line is for the tax write-offs, so just a minor change there. Under external transfers, there's a reduction of 100,000, and that's for one of the major grant requests. Up at this point, we haven't received a request, though I think it's just been brought forward soon. Then the principal and interest, that is the change related to the 2023 debt issue. We issued $20 million in 2023. And then the final change, the transfer to capital, that again relates to the microfits because we have an internal loan for the construction of those, and that just goes to cover that payment. in here, this is where we would normally have a surplus carry forward. We haven't included any amount at this time. We will be doing an analysis, and before the February 1st meeting, we'll have something for consideration. And the capital financing, as mentioned before during the budget drivers, council as part of the 2023 budget approval directed that the $2,025,000 that had been pulled from Brant County Power Reserve be added as an amount to the capital transfer as a starting point, and then further, when the budget direction was passed in July, that the same logic as previous years be applied, and the non-residential construction price index, which was 6.6% for the third quarter, be added, which adds up to $992,000. So that has been added to get to your $3 million that's been added to the capital transfer amount. So, thank you.
Questions for Heather? Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Heather. Heather, question of consistency. On your page of taxation and corporate finances, you show principal and interest on long-term debt this coming year is about 5 million. But in the summary that Heather Boyd showed at the beginning, it's actually 6.4. What's the difference?
The difference would be the water and wastewater, which are incorporated in their budgets because they're self-supporting, so their rates pay for their debt within that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions? Thank you. And now we'll go on to Pam, please, 4.1, which is section 5 of the budget binder.
Good morning. Development Services, the proposed 2024 budget does begin on page 5.1 of your binders. And as you're aware, the Development Services Department consists of administration, development planning, policy planning, development engineering, and building. And on behalf of the department, I'll be presenting, but I do want to note that Matt, Jen, Don, Richard, and Nicole are all in the gallery today and are here to answer any questions. And I will say, Councillor Pierce, we do have 40 employees total in Development Services. So starting with Development Administration on page 5.2 and 5.3 of your binders. In 2023, we focused on continued customer service and streamlining the development process. In 2023, we completed a long outstanding one-time scanning project, which utilized $30,000 to upgrade our development engineering hard copy files into electronic files. In terms of the 2024 budget, Development Services Administration has an increase in salaries and benefits, as well as an increase in administrative overhead due to the approved changes to the customer service model, which was approved in 2022 and implemented in 2023. So you may remember that up until 2022, Development Services Administration was supporting the Paris front counter customer service and operating customer service for the department. And then beginning in 2023, Corporate Services now supports us with 1 full-time and 2 part-time administration staff for the Paris front counter, and Development Services now contributes a new $66,000 towards this. Also in 2023, Development Services Administration did not have a budget line for photocopying, and this 2024 year we have decided to combine all individual photocopying budgets in development engineering, policy planning, and development planning into the administration budget. There's also an increase for a new plotter lease, including paper and toner, and we did reduce administration costs where possible, including office furniture, equipment, memberships, and subscriptions. So the bottom line for Development Services Administration is increasing slightly from the 2023 budget for a 4% increase, again, which is mostly because of the new front counter customer service model. Next is Development Planning, which is on page 5.4 and 5.5 of the budget binders. There are 11 employees, including the director, planners, and administration staff in Development Planning. Now you can see some wonky numbers on these pages, and they are attributed to a reduced number of planning applications in 2023, and therefore a reduction in projected applications and therefore revenues in 2024. So Council may recall that Matt presented back to Planning and Development Committee in December outlining that in 2023 there were going to be a reduction, or that there was a reduction in the number of complete development applications that were processed, largely related to Bill 109 requirements, as consultants and property owners are taking much longer to complete applications. The good news is that when these applications are deemed complete, county staff are processing them very quickly and making recommendations to council, and we're meeting the new Provincial Planning Act timelines. In 2019, we processed 174 planning applications. In 2022, we processed 210 applications. In 2021, we processed a record-breaking number of 250 applications. In 2022, we processed 204, And now in 2023, we were down to just 128 applications this year. So therefore, we've decided to take a more conservative approach to 2024 and included lower estimates in our planning application numbers. The realignment of the 2024 budget will be more appropriate and back to what we previously budgeted for, with application numbers and revenues in 2019, and that would be before the 2020, 2021, and 22 planning spike. Keeping in mind that our 2023 actuals came in not so bad. The 2023 projected revenues were 1.2 million, and our 2023 actuals were 750,000, so for a difference of 450,000. Overall, we have reduced the number of projected development applications for 2024, keeping in mind that we have many pre-consultation meetings for new developments in 2023 and beyond. Just to give you an idea, in 2019, we had 28 pre-consultation meetings, and this year in 2023, or last year in 2023, we had 114 pre-consultation meetings. Oh, thank you. So overall, it's difficult to plan for development planning in 2024. First and foremost, interest rates are still high, and developers are being cautious moving forward with their projects. Bill 109, complete application timelines, is taking longer for applications to get in the door. The lands left to develop in the county are challenging, with many requirements, and again are taking more time and money. Many of our settlement areas are having servicing challenges. There will be a new PPS coming forward in 2024, which could again adjust our workloads, especially if we see an opportunity for increased severance applications, which we have not taken into account in our projections. We have removed a $1,000 pre-submission fee from our 2024 fees and charges. We didn't actually charge that fee too much in 2023 because our new policy framework for Bill 109 came in very quickly and efficiently. And we've also introduced a new fee, again, for clearing subdivision conditions. So overall, we have done our best to reduce revenues for 2024 to be fiscally responsible. We've even gone so far as to permanently reduce one planner position, which council provided us last year just before budgets. It was never filled. The reduction of this wage has significantly reduced the bottom line for our 2024 budget. So I want to ensure council that there's no shortage of development planning work, and if the planning world changes yet again, I will be back to ask about reinstating that planner position. But for now, we are getting the work done with an uncertain future. Development planning also has a small increase in salary and benefits. But overall, I'm very proud of the team that even amidst many changes, they continue to provide a high volume of work and are doing exceptional customer service. Development planning and legal services have also been involved in some 11 OLT hearings this 2023 year, which obviously utilizes much staff time and resources. So the development planning priorities for 2024 will include a high level of applications with pre-consultations coming in, and we're also continuing to work with our First Nations neighbors and prioritize industrial, commercial, and industrial applications. Next, in your budget binders, is policy planning. I don't think I need to outline what our policy planning team does. There are 4 employees total. That's including the manager, an environmental planner, and 2 policy planners. You've obviously seen them a lot in 2023 with the completion of the newly adopted official plan. We are still waiting for provincial approval. It's been some 7 months and counting. The policy team has also been busy with the next big project, which is the comprehensive zoning bylaw update, which staff will have 1 year after the approval of the official plan to complete and bring the provisions into conformity with the policy. They've also been working on the parking study, the chickens in residential areas, the updated pool and fence bylaw, the St. George interim control bylaw. The policy team also assists with servicing allocations for Paris and the transportation master plan, with operations, the administration of source water protection, and they also do zoning bylaw updates, and they work closely with the Heritage Committee. So policy planning has just released the RFP for the archaeology management plan, which will be largely undertaken in 2024. The cost for this project was included and approved last year. The 2024 capital planning projects for policy planning are located on page 13.3 of the budget binders, and there are only 2 asks. One is the implementation of the official plan, and that includes a number of things like finalizing the consolidation of the new OP, an employment analysis for the economic development strategy, the growth tracking analysis model, as mentioned in the long-term financial report, and all that combined is $120,000. And then second is the Scotland-Oakland Master Environmental Servicing Plan, which is a cost of $250,000, which will be presented to next week admin and operations. But it will be similar to the St. George interim control bylaw project, and policy will be managing that and budgeting while working very closely with our operations friends. So again, we are fortunate to have the majority of our policy works completed by such a competent internal team, which does reduce requirements for external consultants. The amount you see in the capital budgets are based on work plan assistance with consulting projects requiring specialized expertise, such as archaeology and growth forecasting. And the only budget increase in the policy planning area is related to salaries and benefits. Next is development engineering. Development engineering has a total 10 employees, including the director, 4 in field services, and 5 in development engineering. And it's located on pages 5.8 and 5.9 of your binder. So similar to development planning, you do see some wonky numbers on these pages, and they're also directly related to the reduced number of applications projected in 2024, as well as the slow completion of registration for approval of subdivisions, which is when the engineering administration fee is collected. So we did not collect anything for development engineering with that 6% engineering administration fee, and that's 6% of the subdivision construction fees. Developers are simply not registering their subdivisions as quickly as we had anticipated. As an example, we're waiting on Lozani to register the NIF, which will equate to between $700,000 and nearly $1 million of the collection of that 6% engineering fee. The fee, as well as others, are expected in 2023, are now expected in 2024. And it's estimated that over $2 million could be obtained by the 6% engineering administration fee in 2024. However, again, it's all market driven on how quickly the developers complete their subdivisions. The 2024 development engineering budget will see a decrease in revenues to be, again, conservative with our planning application numbers, a small increase in salaries and benefits. So in 2023, the development engineering division did contribute to the streamlining of our development processes. And similar to development planning, there will continue to be a high number of pre-consultations, as well as lot grading, site alteration, and field services work. Development engineering did hire and train a new field services technician in 2023, and we have noticed that the completion, or there has been a lot of completion and a significant increase in work related to both site bylaw enforcement as well as lot grading. So this position has been well utilized. In 2024, we can expect the continued management of high volume of development engineering review based on the high volume of planning applications that were processed between 2020 and 2022. So again, similar to development planning, the big budget driver for 2024 is the conservative approach to the projected revenues. And finally is building, and that's on page 510 and 511. And there are 13 staff in building, including administration, inspectors, plans examiners, and management. So much like the rest of the department, the building division has been very busy over the last number of years with the high volume of building permits from the surge in development applications between 2020 and 2022. To date, as Allison mentioned, in 2023, there were 1,157 permits issued, 1,292 at the end of 2022, and 1,066 at the end of 2021. So we continue to trend with high volumes. For 2023, this includes 319 new residential units. And I'll say that again, 319 new residential units, of which 192 were single families, 122 were townhouses or condominiums, 49 were apartments, and 20 were ARUs. So there were no duplexes, triplexes, or fourplexes built in the County of Brant in 2023. Residential development equated to over $117 million in projected value in the county in 2023, and an additional $16 million in other residential project values. Industrial development was also quite strong in the County of Brant in 2023, with 31 building permits being issued for a project value of over $42 million. And much of this is attributed to the building of Tiger Cat at $32 million as a projected value. The large industrial permits this past year have included Moulton Malagree at 80 Woodsley of $2.8 million, an industrial shop at 413 Blue Lake Road of $1.3 million, Stubby's Precast Maintenance Shop addition at 20 Muir of $1 million, and the large commercial building permits this last year have included Brave Wave Swim Pool at 1070 Rest Acres of $2.6 million, the County of Brant Lawn Bowling Clubhouse at 169 Grand River of $1.7 million, the Cano Developments at 197 Pinehurst at $1 million. And many of these projects are a direct assistance with our colleague Delia Reish, and we'd like to thank her for her help. The County of Brant also saw 30 new farm permits issued in 2023, and that has a value of over $6 million. So overall, these 2023 numbers are very strong and similar to 2022. And overall in 2023, building collected over $2 million in building permit fees, which has increased the building reserves to approximately $6.2 million. So overall, the building revenues were strong, and the reserves continue to be strong. And we anticipate a steady and continued stream of building activity in 2024. The building budget drivers in 2024 are approximately a $50,000 increase in revenues that's anticipated due to the residential growth primarily in the NIF, and an apartment building on Port Drive, and a new industrial development on Bethel Road. Building has seen a small increase in salaries and benefits, a small decrease in training as many of our inspectors are now completely trained, a small decrease in legal services, and they have an overall increase of 3.2%. And there are two capital items under building on page 13-4, and that relates to building permit fees project in 2024 that we will complete, and also the replacement of building computers. And it should be reminded that the building budget is self-sufficient and does not affect the levy. The only decision package that Development Services is asking for in 2024 is on page 21 of your binders, and this is for a long-awaited City View Program Coordinator. Now that our City View program has been significantly increased, and we've seen many improvements in the last couple of years that we've been working with IT on, we're now ready to begin to install ePortal. And that's where all building and development applications will be submitted online and provide electronic updates to our customers. So that's something that our developers are very excited about, technology information is very excited about, and Development Services as a team are very excited about. Again, that position has no net levy increase as is funded by building. So with all of that, I'd like to thank you for your time and just remind you that Matt, Jen, Don, Richard, and Nicole and I are all here for questions, and we look forward to a strong and prosperous 2024.
Thanks, Pam. I think Councillor Howes is first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two questions for you, Pam. Would you mind, back to the building part, excuse me, would you mind repeating the residential building numbers for 2023? And these are dwellings that were completed in 2023, correct?
Through you, the chair, that is correct. So we had 319 new residential units. I think that's what you're looking for. 192 were single families. 122 were townhouses or condominiums. 49 were apartments, and 20 were ARUs.
Thank you. My second question goes back to the development planning part of it. I just wanted to make sure I understood this. I recall, and I think it was after last year's budget process, there was an urgent need for an extra body in this department. We needed a new planner just because of the sheer volume that was going on, and we council agreed to that additional headcount. And I just wanted to make sure I'm understanding the position was not filled and that headcount is not included in the 2024 HR planning, and is that largely because of a more cautious atmosphere from the development community, therefore a little less pressure on that department? I just wonder if you could speak a little bit more to that. I just want to make sure your team is adequately reinforced.
Absolutely. Through you, the chair, to Councillor Howes, great question. So as a reminder, just before budgets last year in 2023, we came before council and outlined the struggles that we were having with our BLIMP and asked for two positions. That was a supervisor of development planning and then an agreement coordinator. Council actually provided us three positions. They provided us the supervisor, the agreement coordinator, and another planner. We never filled that planner position, although it was in our budget for 2023, we never filled it. It's no surprise that we have had quite a bit of turnover in development planning. It is hard to retain planners in this economy, and it's also hard to hire planners. We've had many postings go multiple times in 2023. Matt has spent a lot of time in interviews this year. And so because we had mat leaves and planners that have left and come, we've just never filled that position. We felt that we just had too much turnover to fill it. And near the end of 2023, we were also noticing that our numbers were quite significantly down, and we felt it was the fiscally responsible thing not to fill it. When we started looking at our revenues, projected revenues and numbers for 2024, we felt that we could do without that position.
Councillor Pierce, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to elaborate on that just a little more. So that's great, and we appreciate that, but I just want to make sure, and I'm not sure if that's where Councillor Howes was going. I think you alluded to the fact that you're still able to meet all the timelines with everything that's going on, because that's my importance. So if you're able to do that, then that's perfect. If you're not, I know you'll wave the flag, so we appreciate that. My question on the building side, can you give me an idea of what interfunctional charges are? You don't have to go way deep, but I'm just curious.
So I may have to look to the finance team to help me with this one.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Interfunctional charges are when we move money between divisions. So in Pam's case, largely it's the building division, which is fully self-sustaining. The other divisions, Pam herself as administrator or oversight, and some of the other divisions still help building. So they need to grab some of those dollars. So it goes out of building and then back in to the other development planning and policy planning.
Okay, so would that be considered brown dollars rather than green dollars? so to speak? Like it's
just,
same on the bottom line, it's just shifting between departments as to this department's helping them out, so there's gotta be a fee for that. Is that where this is going?
yes, that's the kind of arrangement. And then also capturing that it's a rate supported or a permit supported one versus tax levy. That's where we
Bingo.
try to,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you.
Councillor McAlpine and then Councillor Oakley.
It's just wondering if you have a head count for that department building.
13.
Is it 13? I missed that.
Councillor Oakley.
Through you, Mayor Bailey, to Pam, with the ethos that development is meant to pay for development, and seeing that we do have a shortfall between some of our fees and services charges and the cost of the department, have we done an analysis of where our fees sit versus other municipalities? Are we undercharging? Should we be charging more for our services, given that we're having a shortfall here?
Through the chair to Councillor Oakley, that's an excellent question. You will note as part of the capital, building is undertaking in 2024 a review of their fees. It's time. And we have promised that in 2024, internally, we will also do a review of our planning development fees. So you will see that in 2024.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Bell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. On development engineering, Pam, the biggest single change on, in fact, of all the documents is transfer to reserves. And you balance the budget there by not transferring anything to reserves, in fact, drawing down slightly. How much is left in reserve?
That is another question I will probably have to ask finance staff to help with. We did not put any in reserves, and I do know, while finance is looking it up, reserves is a relatively new thing for development engineering. We've obviously been doing it in building for a long time, but we did last year set something up so that in those slim years we could look on reserves to help us in development engineering. And I'll let Heather speak more.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the building reserve is at 6.2 million. So it's and it's the model there is the building permit is paid first, and then the inspectors do the work after. Development engineering, it was just set up as a reserve last year. The reserve itself, it doesn't have anything in it yet because it's waiting for that payment to come in, because the payments come in after the work. So this is the second year, so we're just sort of in preliminaries as to how it's all going to play out. So we're just watching it very closely at this point.
Yeah, thank you, because it really relates to the conversation that Councillor Oakley raised there. You know, this is one way of making sure you don't have to go anywhere else to get money, but the other route, of course, is to charge fees that reflect the services we provide. Now, I do believe that development should pay for development.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Does the committee have any other questions for Pam before we move on? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you for all your hard work. And I'm glad you're managing better than you were last time. We'll move on to 7.5, strategic initiatives with Melissa, which is section 6 in your budget binder. Welcome, Melissa.
The Strategic Initiatives Department consists of the Strategic Initiatives Administration, Economic Development, Tourism, which also includes Arts, Culture, and Heritage, Communications and Public Relations, as well as Community Partnerships, which includes Public Transportation, Community Safety Wellbeing, Capital Campaign Fundraising, and Accessibility and Inclusion. In total, there's 22 positions within this department. So Strategic Initiatives Department experienced many changes in 2023. 12 out of those 22 positions within the department experienced a change. And as a result of the reorganization, a new division and new positions were created and many promotions occurred. The department has a number of important projects happening for 2024, and there are no decision packages associated with this department for 2024. So starting with the Strategic Initiatives Administration, there were a number of accomplishments which really included ensuring that all of the positions were filled. I'm happy to report that we are now fully staffed in this department, and that we've also worked really hard to build solid foundations within each one of the divisions, and that is work that will also be continuing into 2024. We will continue to be building policies, procedures, and best practices, and the coordinator is also going to have a special focus on securing and seeking out grants that will support the department's work moving forward. In terms of the budget, this is a relatively stable budget. The only thing to really pull out and note is the addition of the $7,500 under contracted services. And this is so that we can retain a keynote speaker at our all-staff meeting to provide education at that staff meeting. Economic development tourism. So in economic development tourism, we have 6 permanent staff, 2 contract staff, and 4 students. This department had a number of accomplishments in 2023 as well. So under development is the economic development strategy update, as well as the arts, culture, and heritage strategy. As well, they opened a new business and grand opening program, successfully co-hosted the Ontario 55+ Summer Games with the City of Brantford, developed the land acknowledgement and accompanied policy and training plan, and supported local creatives to host community programming during culture days. In 2024, we are looking to implement the economic development strategy and the arts, culture, and heritage strategy, pending council's approval and blessing with those. We are hoping those will be coming forward in February. As well, we are looking to implement a rural-focused community improvement plan. And this right now is just holding until the provincial approval of the new official plan. And we have also looked at expanding the business retention and expansion program, and that's so that we can collect more information from our local business community to understand how we can better meet their needs and what kind of programs and services they're looking for. And as well, we have met and will continue to meet to develop a strong business mitigation plan, as well as a communication plan to support the construction that will occur in 2025 for the Downtown Paris Master Plan. In terms of the budget, the director has worked to write the budget and release funds that typically have not been used, as well as incorporate budget increases where needed, which resulted in a small savings in the overall division's budget. Just in terms of the grants, so excuse me, there's just less than $12,000 in federal provincial grants, and that's to support summer students coming in. In terms of the fees and charges, those have just been corrected to write them in terms of what we are actually collecting for filming permits, as well as revenue from Salute to Brant. In terms of expenses, there were savings that were to be had around travel expenses and training budgets. And this did result in just a very small overall savings for the budget. In terms of communications and public relations, so the communications and marketing division has 6 staff and 1 student. This division achieves releasing between 60 to 80 media releases per year, over 80 videos each year, as well as leading and supporting a number of marketing campaigns and public consultations. The division is also responsible for the management of the website, the online platform Engage Brant, the internal communication platform Jostle, the county's YouTube channel, and the county's social media channels. The division is also responsible for media management, emergency communication, public relations, media training for staff and council. The council approved a new position in 2023, which is the public consultation specialist position. We are very excited for the public consultation to further enhance public consultation strategies within our community. And we will also be looking at implementing the new communication and marketing strategy. In terms of the budget, you'll see under salaries, wages, and benefits that it's the annualization of the public consultation specialist position, as well as there is a slight increase under materials and supplies, and that is for an increase in advertising costs. for community partnerships. So the Community Partnership Division is a newly created division as a result of the reorganization in mid-2023. The new division has the Director of Community Partnerships, 2 staff in accessibility and inclusion, the Community Safety and Wellbeing Coordinator, and the Capital Campaign Coordinator, and the Public Transportation Supervisor. So there's a total of 6 people in this division. In terms of accomplishments for 2023, a comprehensive review of public transportation occurred, and that resulted in a change to our provider starting January 2nd. We are also launching, and the framework for the launch was completed in 2023 for the Capital Campaign fundraising for the new Paris Community Center. Development of terms of reference for the Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Accessibility Strategy, and that will be released hopefully in February. And then also the creation of the multi-year accessibility plan and updated the corporate accessibility policies. In terms of 2024, we are certainly going to be looking to continue to improve Brant Transit. We will be completing the $400,000 capital fundraising campaign for the new community center. We will be releasing and developing the strategy for the diversity, equity, and inclusion strategy, and we'll be actively implementing some of the goals and action items for the community safety wellbeing plan. In terms of the budget for community partnerships, there is a contribution from capital of about $35,000, and that is the capital campaign for the Paris Community Center required contract part-time campaign coordinator and marketing costs. So this $35,000 was transferred from the capital project budget to cover this operating cost. As well, you'll notice that there is an increase in salaries and wages, and that's because of a number of new positions coming in. And then as well, there's an increase in materials and supplies, and this is just writing the budget for this new division, which includes training for new staff, fundraising, marketing campaign, which included $10,000, which will be covered by that capital. There's an inclusion of about $10,000 for community safety wellbeing awareness campaigns, and then there's an increase for travel, cell phones, and computers, again, because it's a new division. There was a writing of this budget that needed to occur. Under the public transportation budget, we did look at the revenues that have been collected. So in 2022 and 2023, revenues collected were between $85,000 to $96,000. So we have projected an increase in those revenues to be collected to $100,000. And we're hoping that's a conservative projection. We do hope to surpass that. In terms of contribution from capital at $300,000, that is the provincial gas tax allocation that's anticipated for 2024. Salaries and benefits, this is new. So the new public transportation supervisor position is now included in this budget. Previously, this position was split between either the admin coordinator role or the supervisor of accessibility. And then, of course, we have the increase in the contracted services of $1.14 million, and that was as approved by council in 2023. And then looking at the proposed capital budget for 2024, so we do have $150,000 allocated for community improvement plan grants. Looking at previous years, it was about between 90 to 100,000 have been spent, so we do feel 150,000 is adequate as we expand it to the rural CIP program. There's a visitor spend analysis at 10,000, and we are looking at really gathering more data for tourism and economic development, so we can make data-driven decisions moving forward in that division. And then accessibility upgrades. This is an ongoing capital allocation, and I believe that there's about $100,000 in total sitting in this pot for accessibility upgrades. And now that this accessibility and inclusion services is fully staffed, we are hoping that we'll be able to come up with a plan to implement the accessibility upgrades for 2024. And that concludes my presentation.
Thanks, Melissa. Councillor Howes, you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Melissa. I have two questions for you. My first one is related to the public transportation. And we're going through a significant transition right now. And we're only or 11 days in, and respecting that, I wanted to just ask you to speak a little bit more anecdotally about that. I understand that from talking to some staff that even in the early days, we're seeing a significant increase in connection with numbers of people in the community. But at some point, anyone around this horseshoe is going to be stopped in the street or stopped in a coffee shop and say, and they're going to be asked, what's that service costing the taxpayer? And like all public transit services are subsidized by the taxpayer generally, and in this case, I'm just wanting to boil it down to some chunky numbers. It costs about $1.25 million to deliver this service to the County of Brant. The actual revenue on the $3 charges, the $5 charges, estimated at around $100,000 for this year. Fortunately, the gas tax helps to subsidize it to the tune of $300,000, but it is a cost to the taxpayer of $851,000. Am I just understanding that accurately?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Because I think it will come up. We will be asked. My other smaller question is within our economic development. I remember one of the pillars of our strategy is the film side of things, and I remember we invested some resources into that direction, but I haven't heard much about those types of projects going on within our community and delivering some of the economic development or economic benefits that would come from that and fees. Could you speak a little bit more on that too, please?
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor House, I'd be happy to. From what I understand, filming has really declined since COVID and has not picked back up. So I think that's something that we do need to look at in terms of what is our strategy moving forward with that. So I'm happy to take that back into the division and come back with a follow-up report for you.
Councillor Bell, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Melissa. Melissa, when you brought forward the changes to Brant Transit, I think we agreed at council that you would use this year to examine more holistically the means by which we could provide transit services to our community, including working with neighbours, including a county-owned facility. Would you like to say more on that and when we might expect a report?
Through your worship to Councillor Bell. So right now we have it planned for June. So that gives us roughly 5 to 6 months of collecting data on transit. And we will be bringing back a report which will examine both a municipally owned service, which I understand is typically 3 to 4 times the amount of cost, or the option to go forward to an RFP. And then hopefully secure an ongoing provider from there. I can report just a couple things with our transit providers. So Via Transportation started providing Brant Transit service on January 2nd, and we certainly have some good news. So this is based on the first 9 days. So we have 581 accounts created, and 92% of those unique accounts have had between 1 to 4 rides already in the first 9 days. We have had over 1,200 rides completed, and that has met 93% of the demand. So 93% of the people who tried to book a ride have received. We have 413 driver hours logged, and based on 137 customer rated satisfactions, they're rating out a 4.8 out of 5. And today alone, we have 85 rides booked. So I think we are going in a really positive direction, and we'll be bringing a memo this Friday for council just to brief you more fully on that.
Councillor Pierce, you're next, then Councillor Miller.
Thank you. So just to expand on that a little bit more, 4.8 out of 5. Sorry, did you say how many completed the survey?
So we have 137 people who have ranked the service. Yeah.
Thank you.
And it was 4.8 out of 5 is what our average is.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to circle back to the Councillor Howes there with the 851 to the taxpayer. Do we know, is it somewhere broke down as to what that would be per household? Do we know that? Can we get, it doesn't have to be right now, but can we get that?
Through the mayor to Councillor Pierce, yes, we can include that in our Friday file too.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two concerns. One is the public transportation. I was going to ask you actually at the next week's AOC meeting for an update, but you give an update today, so that's good because it is a new service. But just a little more feedback, maybe through Friday files on how it's going, because I don't like being accosted on the street telling me that our public transportation system is not very good, and that didn't happen once, happened more than once. So, anyways, yeah, a little more communication on that would be great this year, especially in light of changes. One thing I'm disappointed with, and you explained it, so I appreciate that, is there's nothing under our priorities for natural gas expansion. Do you see that coming up in 2025?
Through the mayor to Councillor Miller. So you're also receiving a Friday file on that.
Oh.
So Enbridge has updated us that they are taking this project back to the region, and it could be 1 to 3 months before we get any feedback from them. So I can assure you that we're following up as diligently as we can to get the information and get a public consultation booked with the community of Harley. But we are really waiting with that with Enbridge.
Okay, I appreciate that. And just one thing, Mr. Mayor, we have a direct dollar amount to pay out of the levy for transportation, but transportation is one of those things where it's hard to put it's hard to measure the value of transportation in the county, whether it's somebody getting to a job or somebody getting to a doctor's appointment that prevents maybe hospitalization down the road. So there's a whole, it improves the economic stability of the county as a whole, and there are numbers floating around on that. But I know it seems like a lot, but in the grand scheme of things, it does contribute financially to the county as a whole.
Any other questions for Melissa? Okay, if there isn't, I'd like to just thank you for everything you people do. Not that everyone in the county, their department doesn't do stellar work, but you're sort of the voice and the first thing people see and hear about when they talk about the county. So thank you for being so quick on keeping things like the Facebook page and announcements and all of our videos. When any of us go to speak anywhere for service clubs or anywhere outside of the county, whether it be provincial or federal, I'm always very proud of what you people have done behind me, playing behind me with all the goodness that you do for the county of Brant. Not that everyone doesn't do a great job, but you seem to be doing a great job because you're keeping up to things, and when things need to be seen or done, you seem to be right on top of it. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Mayor Bailey.
Moving on to 7.6, which is section 7 in your budget binder, which is Mr. Walton, who should be out sanding right now. I'm not sure why he's even here. You should be on concession 11 or something, keeping Councillor Chambers safe.
That's why you can't be here.
Yeah, he can't get out of his driveway, Mr. Walton.
Morning, everyone. Through the mayor to council. First started out by introducing my team, which is here to assist with this presentation today. Greg Demers, Director of Roads, Mark Maxwell, Director of Engineering and Infrastructure Planning, Andrea Bizard, Director of Environmental Services, and Mark Eby, Director of Infrastructure and Asset Management. I have to remember to get those names right. We did restructure that department this year, and I think that is one of the accomplishments we had in 2023 was bringing on our new Director of Environmental Services, Andrea, who's been here about 3 months now and is doing a fantastic job. We're getting on with some new initiatives there, and I do think over time that our the other division of infrastructure into the two departments will give us long-term benefit as we've added the asset management part into Mark Eby's and Locates, and then having each of those good directors there working on specific things is going to be a long-term benefit to the county. So in the operations budget for 2024, I see a lot of continuation of things that we've got started in the past and are going to keep going. Capital projects, operational things that we've been working on, some of it for like 5 years. You know, projects like Rest Acres Road are continuing on. We've made a lot of progress there. These improvements are for all residents and to keep up with the development pressures. On a lot of this work, the momentum of it keeping going is very important. You lose momentum of one of these projects, and sometimes it sets you back 2 and 3 years before you really can get that going again. So keeping the momentum going is very important. And in the operational side of it, what I'll say is the 2024 budget, a lot of the change to our budget is what I'll call inflational, and in ours, it's industry inflation, so it's not, you know, that's different than CPI. You know, we have things that we buy and get that aren't straight CPI related type of inflation. So, you know, fleet costs have changed a lot. Salt pricing has been up and down, crazy. That's been going on for a long time, though, I guess, building materials and the like. In response to Councillor Pierce's request on the numbers, operations has 87 FTEs, and that's divided out as ops admin is 10, roads, combined union and non-union 42, infrastructure and asset management 8, infrastructure and engineering and infrastructure planning 7, property management 3, and environmental services 20. And that's union and non-union as well. Okay, so now to the presentation. First, operations administration, and that's a group that's actually jointly managed between myself and Heather Boyd. There's a team there that does all the customer service, or a lot of the customer service for the county, and all our admin stuff for operations and for corporate services. This budget is pretty much an inflational one. I'm not going to get into a lot of details. I do give that group a shout out though. We have some of the difficult issues that we do. They are amazing in the help that they do with the phone calls, with the communication with residents and the like. And we had a couple of them this year, and they were, again, outstanding in the assistance that they provided. Next, roads. Roads has a couple of pretty good accomplishments. Some of the work on optimizing on-street parking, I believe there's a report coming to January 16th on that through Cindy's group on that. There has been a lot of work done over the last 2 or 3 years on that. 2024 priorities, not going to go over this in great detail, but I think Brant Safe Streets is one that I'll highlight there. It's been a continuation from the last 2 or 3 years. I think we get a lot of inquiries through it. We respond to all of those. Some of them are with things that we're going to do. Some of them just explain how things work. But I think that we brought forward a good number of improvements around the county. Some have been popular, some have been unpopular, but I think that we're moving forward in a really good direction there. And if I look back to when this started, is it three or 4 years ago now we started it? 2019. I didn't have a lot of great hope for it at the time, quite frankly. And I'm very positive about it now. I think it has been an excellent communications tool and a good back and forth. As I say, we can't do everything everywhere, but we have done some really good things. And I think council has put money towards it too, and that's another good thing. One of the budget drivers here that I will note, and I think it's a positive, Councillor Chambers isn't here today, but he's a big fan of this. We have done a lot of municipal drain work, and I think that it's been necessary. We're going to see a couple of big reports come on new municipal drains in the next period of time, ones that are quite necessary as well. There's going to be some controversy over those, some big assessments. We need to be prepared for that, but you know, this is work that needs to be done. You know, we get told many times, you know, all you do, everything is for Paris, all the big projects in Paris. No, they're not. You know, you're going to see soon a report for the Bennett Drain in Harley. That's a big project, and it's a big project for the county and for those residents in Harley. There's stuff going on elsewhere as well. So this operating budget has a 6.6% increase. Really, a few one-time items in there, but a lot of that is just what we call industry inflation. Next, on your dock is environmental services. A lot of work behind the scenes going on there. Biggers Lane expansion is working towards a tender. We did the completion of the solid waste program review. 2024 priorities, the stormwater utility program, and when we look at ways that things are affected on this taxpayer, how we're working on capital, whatever. That's a new idea, and something that I think is being looked at. In a few municipalities have it. A lot are looking at it, and I think it'll be something that will be very proactive towards reducing taxes and putting the burden on where it should be, and getting a more fulsome program there. You're soon going to see some reports on the solid waste contract for 2025 in the next 8 years. A lot of work on that. And we do need to develop in 2024 the rates for 2025 to 2028. We are just coming to the end of those 4 years. I think that was a good process to set them for 4 years at a time, and we'll be doing that again. Again, sort of I'd say an inflational budget. We don't have to set rates here, so all we're doing is looking at what the expenses are. In 2024 as well, the long-term or the financial plan required for our accreditation will be undertaken as well. We have started that process for water. Wastewater, very marginal changes there. I'm sure everybody wishes more of the budget were like that one. Stormwater, I think some of the changes here really are some reallocation ones, and as we look towards the stormwater utility, this would go to something that wouldn't be on taxation and would be on mostly on the users. Solid waste, we've got a pretty good inflational budget there. I wouldn't count on 2025 being the same. Next, infrastructure and asset management. We did get started on Grand River Street North this year. I think a very positive project. We certainly, it isn't popular with everybody out there in the businesses. We're doing our best to manage that, and I think we learned some things this year which we'll be able to implement next year. The Scott Street Roundabout is proposed to be constructed in 2024. Really, this is a inflational type change. Infrastructure and engineering and infrastructure planning. Again, a new group there, a split. And I think that the changes here really are in how the allocations were split up between the two, quite frankly. A lot of projects proposed for 2024 as usual, and the group did get a lot of projects done and out for tender in 2023 as well. As noted by everybody that's complaining about construction also. So, fortunately, we had a good fall this year and got all of our projects paved by, what was it, December 20th or something was the last paving this year. Again, I don't know how we make it out so lucky with that. You're going to see a report on January 16th to pre-approve a number of projects so we can get out as early as possible for tendering to try and avoid that as much as possible. But the realities are we only have a certain construction window there, and I give that group a lot of credit. They did get a ton of work done this year. Property management is next, and one thing that's in the 2024 priorities there actually is kind of interesting. Implement the facilities on call program. We already got that done, and we actually had that done in December. We got that in place, the on call, and that's been working out really good. I'll talk to you a little later about a decision package that's there for that group. Again, some of this is, as they say, industry inflation, the 10.7%. 19.8%. Not sure why that is. 10.7. Some of this is some reallocation of money, and these aren't big amounts in the grand scheme of things. Yes, a little bit more than inflation. Next part of the presentation is on the capital budget. I'm not really sure how much detail we're supposed to do this all in 15 minutes. We've got, we could do a whole day's presentation on this, but on the taxation part of this, we have followed the council direction in this, so that somewhere in the high 16 millions is what is on the levy for capital projects. So that's what was in the council direction. So there isn't an increase above that here. You did see late in the year, the draft long-term financial plan and the approval of the core asset management plan. In the next couple of years, we'll be reviewing that with council as to where this number on taxation needs to be. And as we shift things from, like on stormwater, possibly from taxation to utility, there'll be some changes there as well in the near future. But I think that we've got a good capital program proposed for this year. We're making good progress. I think when the asset management plan was in front of you, there are some places that we'll have to spend more eventually. We're not in terrible position everywhere. We've been making some of those increases, and by doing things like looking at the water and wastewater rates and getting them in the right directions over a number of years, has helped that. I think in roads and bridges, we'll see eventually some more investment needed through the asset management plan. But the 2024 capital budget, I think is headed in a good direction. We do have some projects here, and again, on the theme of we're not doing just everything in Paris. There's a good-sized project proposed in Scotland on Church Street. Where are some of the other communities that we're working on? Mark and Mark. Yes, Scotland was mentioned. A lot of work coming for St. George towards the end of 2024 and then in 2025, 26. Canesville, that's right. Okay, so next would be the decision packages. We have 5 of them. I think the most significant one for taxation anyway is the proposed road supervisor signs and winter maintenance. As detailed in the decision package, this position has existed at different times at the county, and for other reasons has been dropped. And I think for budget savings and where they're at the time, I'm not going to say that was a bad decision, but as you have a municipality that has growth in it and you have pressures on you to do a lot more, have more operations and whatever, there comes to the pinch point sometime when you have to actually add, and this is one of those times. And when we did our when all of the GMs will tell you this, if you would have saw the first list of decision packages, it was actually bigger than this, but this is one that we feel strongly in operations. And I got Greg here if you have any questions on that one. He's the one that really should answer them. There's 2 here then for equipment, and these are really one-time expenditures to make our operations more efficient. The roads vac trailer and the line painting machine. Manager of Environmental Services Compliance and Quality. Now this one isn't on taxation. So there's 0 impact to levy. It certainly will impact rates. This is part of the reorganizations we have planned in environmental services, as that group is to running it more as environmental services. So we made that change plus or minus 3 years ago to environmental services. Now we're starting to make the changes to not running it as water, wastewater, and solid waste, but operating them together. So this compliance, we want to get all of the people working on compliance together, making that more efficient. And this position would be a big part of that. And the last one is the property maintenance technician. I believe that this is actually a cost savings proposal. We hire contractors to do lots of things on our properties, and we've been going through a process there. You know, we had a very small property maintenance group that originally only had part-time help, and now we've got Sean and Peter, Michael there. You know, Peter's a certified electrician, Michael's a certified plumber. We're doing all of that work that we can by ourselves, not hiring in contractors to do it. And this would add a third person to the group, which would just add into that. We'd be doing more projects that we wouldn't be bringing. And we're working for all the other departments now, doing work for them as well. And as I say, to me, this is a cost savings measure over time. And it also helps that group. Now, since we've started the on-call, the formalized on-call for them, not all of them are getting calls at any time of the night and whatever, whoever answers their phone to do things. Actually, people aren't calling for the things that they used to, which some of them aren't really necessary anymore. So they're getting less calls, but they're getting to the person that they're supposed to get them to. And this person would add one more into the rotation, so you don't have them on as often. I think this is a really good proposal. And that's the end of my presentation, as I had planned. Glad to answer any questions.
Thanks.
Or try to answer any questions.
Thanks, Rob. Councillor Howes is first with his first question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Rob. I'm going to ask you to speak a little more anecdotally about stormwater operations, because I think that's one of those mystifying subjects that the average person, including me, doesn't understand. And just because it is one where the costs have gone up. I wonder if you could just speak a little more anecdotally about that, so we can, in case somebody asks, we can explain it in more detail.
And we really have two types of stormwater operations here in the county too. We've got the municipal drains under the Drainage Act, which I mentioned before, and we're doing a lot more work on them. And those are, since there's a bylaw under the Drainage Act, and when you work on those, you actually bill that work out to the owners, right? So these are mostly rural projects, not all, but mostly rural projects, and then there's billed out there. So then we've got our, what we'll call our storm drainage system in the urban and small urban municipalities. So that includes everything that's on the streets, the catch basins, the pipes, everything that leads that to the outlets in our stormwater management ponds. So stormwater management ponds are, in history, are a relatively new thing. When I first graduated from university a few decades ago, they were actually just a very new concept. In the 80s, they were starting to build them. There weren't a lot of in existence. So we have those, and we've got the pipes, which have been around for years. Mostly what happens with storm drainage is, as long as it works, nobody cares about it, right? If there aren't any problems, you don't deal with it. Water and wastewater, for other reasons, you know, if your water isn't safe or your lateral for your sanitary is plugged or whatever, there's more immediate need to deal with them. Now, we're seeing things with climate change, which are changing the whole stormwater as well. So that traditionally has been on taxation. It's traditionally been dealt with, when there's obvious problems, or when development needs to have it. It needs to be changed for development. A lot of that's aging infrastructure now too. And the proposal to go with a stormwater utility then would be to make it like water and wastewater and collect rates towards that and manages utility, not on the backs of taxation. And then again, it would be user paid because the people that use that would then pay for it.
Councillor
Quick
Howes.
follow-up, Mr. Mayor, through you. So would it be fair to say that looking into the future, this will be one of those topics where growth pays for growth and an increasing look towards development charges to help offset some of the increased costs from growth?
Yeah. Through the mayor, part of what you said is right and part of it isn't. So development charges only deal with the actual capital infrastructure to service development. The stormwater utility would be to maintain that over time as you have infrastructure over time, cleaning out ponds, fixing the outlets, all this sort of stuff. And the eventual replacement of that. So you would build in there for eventual replacement of that. So yeah, it is the people that use it would pay for it, so user pay. But development charges really only deals with capital as it's built to service development.
Councillor Coleman and then Councillor McAlpine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Two parts, and going on what Councillor Howe was talking about was stormwater management. Hamilton Wentworth seems to be, at least in the rural areas, is causing a little bit of a stir right now. They're looking at taxation, all rural buildings with roofs for stormwater management. So, and I just wonder if that's anything that's coming down our pipes, whatnot. That's the first part. Second part is, and going back to your 2023 accomplishments, you've got 16 and a half lane kilometers of gravel to hardtop. So is that actual 8 kilometers of road that we converted, or is it 16 kilometers?
Yeah, we'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
We can confirm that. I actually just heard the story about what they're doing down in the city of Hamilton on stormwater. I just heard about it actually yesterday. It's kind of different. So the other municipalities that are similar to us with both urban and rural areas that have done stormwater utilities, they've left the Drainage Act part of it out of the stormwater utility, and it's still user pay because through the assessment schedules you pay your maintenance as you build it out there. I don't see us going the road of Hamilton here. And just for the benefit of council, we will be having the first of the public information centers on that starting later in this quarter. Yeah. So the meetings on that are coming up. We had been pushing before. We thought we might get it implemented, so in this budget we could do it. But if we don't have the bylaw passed before the tax deadline in June, there was no way that we could implement that this year. So we're looking at that for 2025, and more information forthcoming.
Councillor McAlpine.
That was what I was going to ask. So.
Councillor Bell then, and then Councillor Miller.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Rob. Environmental services, I guess that, to the average person on the street, they're not quite sure what that would mean. And yet it means typically that they're paying the equivalent of about 1/3 of their property taxes for environmental services. It's a kind of hidden tax that people don't fully recognize. And when Heather opened up the story this morning, I think she used some comparators, and one of them was it showed how we stack up relative to others in respect of property tax plus the environmental services taxes, I'll call it that, or charges. So I think it is something that we need to just elevate a little bit more in the public consciousness, that having an annual conversation about property taxes is one thing, but when you pay another third on top of it for your environmental services, you better take interest in that as well. But that's just a by the by. And I know that's coming this coming year. But in relation to that, and it comes back to the capital, and we don't need to talk about capital today other than the impact it will have on rates. The cost of our new water treatment plants, both at Paris and at St. George, appear to have gone up dramatically. And I know most of the charges come back through, or costs come back through development charges, but there is a residual impact to the rates we charge for water and wastewater. And I just really want to have the public be aware that, be prepared for that coming, and I guess it'll be next year. But that relates then to two other questions. I don't see in your list of priorities anything to do with the water treatment plants, either at Paris or St. George. I thought this year would be a big year in terms of nailing down design, nailing down the EA for Paris. Want to comment on that?
Certainly, through the mayor to Councillor Bell. Yeah, you're absolutely right. For St. George, that tender will be out late 2024.
That's the plan as long as we receive the estimated fund from the ministry.
Yeah, so that is the plan for St. George. And we will very shortly be having some discussions with the landowners group there, which are the developers, as to how we're going to finance this thing. Because they have come forward and said that they are willing to talk about front end cost sharing. So that's a good thing for the county for sure. And we'll be reporting back to council on that. The EA for Paris is again in 2024 will come. The public will see it again, and they'll get more ideas on where that's going. I believe that the completion of that EA and the construction is still 2 to 3 years away.
Yeah, I think through you, Mr. Mayor, I think both of these items are real priorities. I mean, if I think about St. George, the whole, 4,000 or 5,000 houses waiting on the arrival of a new water treatment plant, and so not surprising that the developers want to help us out there. But as a matter of communication to our community, I think they need to be kept aware of the timing that is coming. And likewise in Paris, the people in Ray Street and around that area will be very keenly interested in when we're actually going to do that extra development. Final question, if I may, Mr. Mayor, it's on garbage collection. We had a really good presentation from Matt about the options that we're looking for. I guess they're going to come to us during the course of 2024. Just as a heads up, what do you think is the potential for increase in the costs for that service? Because that will be a big impact, I think, on the 25 budget and onwards.
Through the mayor to Councillor Bell, the actual RFQ for that has actually closed, and I'll say right here, it's not great news. So we actually have a meeting with a tender tomorrow to talk about the options as they presented them and have some discussion, and then we will be coming back to council after that with some information, likely in February.
Councillor Miller, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple comments, a couple questions. As far as the capital projects, it's nice to see. It's good to see the money's going to the streets in Scotland. I get a lot of inquiries from that. Mark Eby's helped me out a lot responding to them, so I cut and paste his emails. I want to ask you about the one decision package. It's the smallest one there, but that's the line marking machine. Would that not save some cost down the road?
Yeah, I'm gonna let Greg answer that. I don't know everything about everything.
Thank you, through the mayor. Councilor Miller, excuse me. Yes, there would be a cost savings, but more for this machine, why we're requesting it at this time is we get requests for stop bars or a parking stall or something to be enhanced during the year. And what happens is we have a great contractor, but what they try to do is come into the Brant County, do all their work and leave. So sometimes it takes us 6 to 8 weeks or longer to get them back to paint the stop bars. So this I felt was a small investment for something that we don't need locates, we don't need anything. We just need some paint, a little bit of training in this machine, but it would be a new operation. So that's why I'm bringing it to council. So this would be something I could say, yes, Councilor Miller, I can get that stop bar painted next week. And fortunately, we do have some staff within roads that have paint experience for road painting. So we'll be able to pull on that. So it's not even like we have to pay for extra training. We'll get specific machine training for that piece of equipment. But after that, we should be able just to fly. And it'll also help us. Say we have to touch up the parking lot here, come in and do some arrows. We won't have to call on anyone. We can just schedule it. We'll have people come in early and we can get that done quickly. But in no way is this to replace the current contract that we have with our current line marking contractor. It's just to supplement our programs.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you, Greg. And then I got another question for Rob. Under roads, you're showing other revenues, 2.9 million. This is on 7.5 of our package, the operating budget. And that's actually oh, sorry, it's going up to 3.1 million. That's eight. I mean, I thought that was a pretty significant increase, 8.4%. Is that all gas tax money, that other revenues for the roads?
Through the mayor, I need to ask finance to answer that question.
Strike two, Rob.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is related to actually the fleet, because the fleet model is within roads. So it's similar to the interfunctional, the chargeback. So that's the revenue coming in from all the job costing for snow plowing and everything else into roads to pay for both the operation of the vehicles and for future replacement. So we are, as one of the drivers, it was noted that we are increasing the rates to make it more fully funded model is why it's gone up.
Okay, so if I wanted to find out then through Mr. Mayor to Heather, has the gas tax, what would that be? Do we know what that revenue is going to be projected at?
Yes, but that's within capital. The
Okay.
gas tax has to be, and actually it's not, it's called the Canada Community Building Fund now, not just
Right, okay.
gas.
So it can't go towards operating, it has to, okay, yeah, that's my mistake. And then the last question, there's mention of gravel pit, but the gravel pit monies that the levy goes, where does that go into for our revenues? And does it all go into, if I was running the place, I would put it all into Rob's department, but where's that showing up?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it is under the federal provincial grants under roads. That is where the gravel pit funding, or what's it called? The
Gravel pit levies.
revenue, it's a revenue, but I've lost the term, but yes.
Okay,
So
but
it
just to
goes
be clear though, Heather, that goes into operating, yes?
That goes into operating because it's to offset the maintenance or the use of the gravel pits or gravel trucks on the road.
Okay, so gas tax money, capital, gravel pit levies, operating. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pierce, you're next.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. So I was hoping to do it when the two of them were up there. I just want to circle back to that line painter for a second. So that's not a line painter for the roads, like that won't put us center line down the 8th concession?
No, you could do small pieces of it if you had some reason to do it.
Okay.
If you're doing a patch, but this is for small jobs.
Okay, cool. I appreciate that. And then just a comment, if I could, Mr. Mayor, just I guess while the two of us are up there, because it kind of fits about Brant Safe Streets. And Rob, you kind of alluded to it. And it's important to point out again, even though you did, the fact that we've put a lot of good things in through Brant Safe Streets, and that's due to our, that's due to the public giving us suggestions and giving us the problem areas and stuff like that. So it's worked that way. But also to the point you made there too, it's been very good at educating people too as to what can be done, how things are done, and that sort of thing too. So I guess I was a little more positive about it than you were when it started, because I thought it could do what it is actually doing, and to me it's twofold. It's making things safer and it's educating the public. So I just wanted to make that comment on that I think it's a great thing.
Any other questions for Rob or Greg? Seeing none, I've been asked to take a 5-minute break. It's not for me. I just took my break. I've been asked to take a 5-minute break. We're going to come back and then we're going to hear from Cindy and we're going to hear from Phil. Then we're going to have lunch and then we're going to hear from the library after lunch. So 5 minutes right now. Thank you. What we'll do is we'll reconvene and start with 7.7 on our agenda. Phil Meat, he's one of our newer employees. Welcome to the County of Brant. Glad to see that you're still here. If you would like to carry on with section 8 of the budget binder, please.
Good morning, Mayor Bailey and members of council. I am pleased to present to you the proposed 2024 budget for community services in response to Councillor Pierce's inquiry. So there's 262 staff in community services. 48 of those are full-time, and as I work my way through the divisions, I'll kind of give you the breakdowns because it's quite a bit. So I'm going to start with community service administration. There's two staff, myself and the admin coordinator that was just recently hired, and I just want to thank Joanne DaCosta, who has filled in the interim and has done a fabulous job of orienting me and helping me to prepare this package with my directors and managers. The Community Services Department Administration provides leadership and support to all divisions of the department, including recreation and community development, affordable housing, Russell Heights, parks, trails, forestry, cemetery, recreational facilities, and community halls. I started my new role as General Manager of the Community Services in late October of 2023. Over the last 12 weeks, I have had the pleasure of working with a fabulous team led by our two directors, Kathy Ballantyne and Stacey Ellens, two managers, Sarah Dredge and Megan Hunter, and Senior Executive Administrator Joanne DaCosta. I've got Kathy, Stacey, and Sarah here, and Megan's online participating, so thank you for joining me. The proposed 2024 operating budget for the department is $8 million, and the proposed 2024 capital budget is $3.5 million. There are currently over 110 projects and initiatives that are either in progress or planned to commence in 2024. Of these 110 projects and initiatives, 16 are considered significant. Examples include master plans such as the long-term park plan and large capital projects such as the recently completed TF Warren Group Canesville Community Center. We are currently developing project charters to map out these projects in terms of roles and responsibilities, scope, timelines, budget, stakeholders, risks, communications, etc. There are 12 positions, including myself, that are responsible to manage these initiatives, which puts the number of projects per person at approximately 10, which is very challenging considering there is day-to-day operations and regular maintenance work to be managed on top of this. We anticipate bringing forward a reorganization of the current staff complement in February to ensure a focus can be achieved on both capital and operating initiatives, recognizing that with current growth levels, there will be needs to expand both management and frontline staff to meet the needs of the community going forward. The 2024 Community Services Administration operating budget reflects adjustments for previous year's actuals in advertising, photocopying, office supplies, training and development, and memberships. So next, I'd like to talk about Recreation and Community Development Division. In this group, there's 7 full-time staff, and under our part-time complement, we've got 50 in camps and 105 in recreation. So it's a big group. In 2023, the division developed the department's volunteer management program and commenced consultation on the development of a community partnership program. Both programs are planned to be rolled out later in 2024. The division has been successful in strengthening many community partnerships and has expanded seniors programming in areas such as pickleball and workshops. The division plans to continue to develop opportunities for seniors and youth in 2024. A youth example is growing the SILAPS Center program that launched in the fall of 2023. So 2024 operating budget drivers under salaries, wages, and benefits, our aquatics and active living coordinator that was approved in fall of 2023 is reflected, the 2023 staff reorganization, and part-time staff wages and benefit increases. Under materials and supplies, there's chemicals, utilities, camps and aquatic supplies, cell phone and data plans, and one-time cost for the outdoor clock at the Paris Community Pool. Under contracted services, there's increased costs for the opening and closing of the Paris Community Pool, and as well increased costs in external agency guest speakers at some of our events. Under the capital budget, the proposed capital budget for the division is found on page 13-12 and totals $25,000. The projects include regular maintenance and repair items at the Paris Community Pool and replacement of recreation and sports equipment. Next, I'd like to talk about affordable housing, Russell Heights Division. So we have one full-time staff, and that's our property maintenance coordinator. In 2023, the division completed an accessible walkway to the main entrance and parking lot improvements, developed an operational and capital long-range plan, and completed items identified through health and safety and accessibility audits. An update to housing and facility operation policies and procedures was also completed. 2024 priorities include the replacement of the shingled roof, which requires removal and reinstatement of the existing solar panels, and continued work on completing items identified through the health and safety and accessibility audits. 2024 operating budget drivers includes revenues from federal and provincial grants, which is a rent supplement received from the City of Brantford for 5 rent geared to income units. Under fees and service charges, it includes all market rent set by the province, rent from geared to income units, and other small revenues from tenants such as washer, dryer, TV, and air conditioning charges. Under salaries, wages, and benefits, increases in salaries and benefits related to the property maintenance coordinator position moving to full-time as approved in the fall of 2023. Under materials and supplies, utilities and property taxes increases. The proposed capital budget for the division is on page 1312 and includes only the roof replacement at $100,000 as indicated above. Additional condition assessment of the balconies supported concrete repairs being moved to 2025. So under the Parks, Trails, and Forestry Division, there is 5.5 staff full-time and 28 part-time staff. The Parks, Trails, and Forestry Division is an area that has greatly evolved since 2022 to meet the growing needs of the community in these service areas. In 2023, the division completed our tree protection guide, as well as tree risk assessments and inventories in all county-owned parks and cemeteries. It's quite a feat. The division also completed Mile Hill Meadows, Jay Wells, and Woodsley Linear Parks in Paris. Other accomplishments included 2 shade shelters, Green Lane and Paris Lions Park, and a parking lot expansion at Green Lane Park. 2024 divisional priorities include a number of capital initiatives in addition to the completion and implementation of the long-term parks plan and the development of the forestry management program. 2024 operating budget drivers, standard increases under salaries, wages, and benefits. Under materials and supplies, increased costs in plant and tree materials, increased fuel costs, and one-time costs for King William, Harrisburg, and Paris Lion Park. Contracted services, there's one-time cost for planters in downtown Paris, and it's a program that we're doing with the City of Brantford that is going to, in the end, I think really do a nice job in the downtown Paris and also be a sustainable sort of program. So we can get into more detail at some point on that. Interfunctional charges, there's an increase in rental county vehicles. Proposed capital budget for the division totals $1.8 million and is on page 13-13. The majority of the projects listed are maintenance and repair of existing assets within our asset management plan. There are some new growth and development related projects included in the proposed capital budget. Overall, the projects range from community gathering spaces, skate parks, playground equipment, sports fields, sports courts, etc., and are at various stages from public consultation through design and construction. There are 2 decision packages under Parks, Trails, and Forestry that are in front of you for Council's consideration. The first one is a Forestry and Horticultural Coordinator. It's decision package number 13 on page 12-35 through 12-37. This position is currently a 6-month contract that staff are proposing be converted to a 12-month contract position. The position will coordinate horticulture and forestry initiatives such as community tree plantings, garden bed design, planning and maintenance, invasive species management, forestry management support, as well as developing educational materials for residents. With the continued growth in the community and the forestry and horticultural programs, we anticipate this position and role will continue to evolve. The second decision package for Council's consideration is the Paris Park snow removal equipment, decision package number 14, pages 12-39 through 12-40. With the increased number of parks in Paris and the lack of availability of plow trucks to meet the required level of service and minimum maintenance standards, we are proposing to outfit an existing pickup truck with a plow. This should reduce overtime costs related to longer hours with small equipment and should reduce health and safety incidents. So the cemetery division, we have 5 staff full-time and 4 part-time staff. In 2023, in addition to regular operation and maintenance activities, the cemetery division updated the memorial bench and memorial tree program, commenced work on a new columbarium in the Paris Cemetery, and developed a plan for an expansion at the Paris Cemetery, Section F. 2024 priorities will include completion of the cemetery and columbarium expansion at the Paris Cemetery, preparation of the Oakland Cemetery for lot sales, and implementation of a marketing plan for columbarium sales in St. George and Burford. 2024 operating budget drivers. Under materials and supplies, utilities and fuel cost increases, and there's one-time cost for a water tank that would be in one of our pickup truck beds, as well as retrofitting a utility vehicle for year-round service. Under contracted service, there's increased costs for contracted snow removal and contracted grass cutting services, and one-time costs for security cameras at the Paris Cemetery. The proposed capital budget for the division is $95,000 and is on page 13-14. The proposed budget includes fence repair, work related to the Paris Cemetery expansion, and an additional entrance to the St. George Cemetery. Recreational facilities. So there's 27 and a half full-time staff and 75 part-time staff in this division. Demands on regular operations of the recreation facilities division continue to increase due to growth and increased programming coming out of COVID. In 2023, in addition to regular operations and maintenance, the recreation facilities division completed lighting retrofit programs at the Brant Sports Complex and the Paris Museum, awarded a tender to replace the Paris Lawn Bowling Club, and established the Sports Hall of Fame ad hoc committee and held 3 induction ceremonies. In 2024, a number of capital initiatives are proposed in addition to the 2 significant priorities being the architectural design for the Brant Sports Park, the architectural design for the Brant Sports Complex addition, and the construction of the new Paris Community Center / Lawn Bowling Club. 2024 operating budget drivers for this division. The revenue streams have normalized and rental demand has increased. Salaries, wages, and benefits are just standard increases. Materials and supplies, increased costs in utilities, and one-time costs at the Brant Sports Complex and Gaukel Memorial Community Center, including items such as Olympia blades, equipment, furniture, glass repairs, shower repairs, and seat replacement. Under contracted services, there's one-time cost for an upgrade to the fire panel at Sillaps Community Center. The proposed capital budget for the division totals $1.26 million and is on page 13-15 and 13-16. All the projects are maintenance and repair of existing assets within our asset management plan, with the exception of the design of a new splash pad project for Arlington Park in Paris. Projects include roofing, flooring replacement, overhead door replacement, building, washroom, and kitchen renovations, paving, septic system replacement, water systems replacement, security system and signage, lighting conversions, etc. Quite a number of things going on. There's one decision package for recreational facilities for council's consideration. It's called Facility Operators, Sillaps, and Satellite Offices. Decision package number 15, pages 12-41 through 12-42. The budget currently includes a full-time position split 50-50 between Sillaps Community Center and Paris Parks. The TF Warren Group Canesville Community Center and the demand for rentals at Sillaps Community Center and the growth of the Paris Park system has driven the need for an additional operator. Just for example, at TF Warren, we've got 29 events booked in 2024 already. 15 of those 29 are considered larger events, and there's over 10 pending, so a lot of take-up. The net result would be 2 full-time positions, one of which is existing, and one position would primarily be focused on facilities and the other primarily focused on parks, with occasional crossover. So community halls, we actually have no dedicated staff, and we only have actually 16 hours allocated to TF Warren Group Canesville Community Center right now, but we've got 18 plus volunteers, and the community halls are actually covered off by facility staff who oversee the halls, but they're actually operated by volunteers. So The community halls are a mix of halls that are managed by volunteer management groups locally or by county staff. In 2023, the opening and commissioning of the TF Warren Group Canesville Community Center was a significant accomplishment in addition to regular operation and maintenance activities. 2024 priorities include the Onondaga Hall AODA washroom renovations and the completion of the septic system evaluation for the Oakland Community Center to complete the full site and building condition assessment. Revenue streams have normalized and rental demands have increased. Salaries, wages, and benefits, standard increases plus the staffing costs anticipated for the full year of operation for TF Warren. Materials and supplies, there's increased cost in utilities, increase in building and equipment maintenance cost, one-time cost for the replacement of a fire door at the Airport Community Center, and the replacement of the air conditioning unit at the Glen Morris Centennial Hall. Under contracted services, there's increased cost of the contracted building maintenance services. The proposed capital budget for the division totals $176,000 and is found on page 13-16. All the projects are maintenance, repair of existing assets. Projects include general maintenance, repair, renovations, water and septic system replacement, lighting conversion projects, etc. And that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions for Phil? Councillor Pierce, you're first. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. So we're on community hall, so I'll start there. Salaries, wages, and benefits. You've got 140,000, yet I think you said there's no staff allocated, no FTEs allocated to this.
Yeah, so through the mayor, I think what you're seeing there is the hours that would be facility staff that would be transferred over to those areas. But I can check with finance.
Okay, I'll wait for that one there. So if we go back to 8.4, which is the recreation and community development, 2024 budget drivers, increase in facility rentals. Now, is it not all our own facilities that we're using here? Are we using external facilities as well?
I'll let Stacy come up and answer that. She's looking at me with a good answer, so.
Through the chair to Councillor Pierce, this is for sole use of the Sojourn Church to run pickleball. So we're running several seniors pickleball programs as well as our general drop-in pickleball.
Okay, thank you for that. If we could move over to 8.8, parks, trails, and forestry, increase in rental county vehicles. What's that all about as a budget driver?
I'll see if I can. Yeah, okay. Just the increases on the vehicle costs.
Oh, okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, well, we're just trying to get the fleet rates were not increased for quite a number of years, so we've been working to get them up to a level so that the actual fleet reserve can maintain and fund itself going forward, so that vehicles are replaced in a timely manner and not going directly to the capital levy to be replaced.
Okay, I appreciate that. I guess what kind of messed me up there is in rental, because it says increase in rental county vehicles.
Correct. Well, again, it's your interfunctional charge. We have a fleet kind of division that charges everybody else so that it.
Interfunctional again.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I got that. Okay, and then the last one on 8.12 with recreational facilities. Again, a budget driver, increase in utilities. Now, I know all the work we did with retrofitting the lights and, the Brant Sports Complex and stuff like that. So what increase in utilities are we talking here? Obviously, hopefully not lights.
So those are through the mayor. Those will be just utility rates and the cost of themselves. I know we've done a number of retrofit, and I know the ones that I've done in the past in Haldeman. You're usually 3 or 4 years. You're seeing some return on your investment.
Right.
but there's increase both in gas and hydro costs, and it's reflected throughout our budget.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Oakley.
Through you, Mr. Director Phil. I see on here you have mentioned a departmental volunteer management program. So my first question is this program purely for internal usage, or is it also used to help coordinate volunteers for external organizations like Optimus, Lions, Legion, etc.?
So I'm gonna have Stacy come back up to talk on that one, but my thoughts are that it's a combination of both, but I just want to make sure.
Through the chair. So the first phase will be focused on just volunteers within the Community Services Department. As we continue to work through the Community Partnership Program / policy, which we're hoping to bring forward Q1 for approval, then that will encompass external volunteers and will help guide them through that process and recruit more volunteers as they need it.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a need I've heard quite frequently. There's a serious lack of volunteers available, so it's good to hear that we're going to provide that service. I think it'll be well used. My one other additional question is, we mentioned in 2024 that we're looking to increase youth programming. I'm happy to hear this as well. Right now, it sounds like to get into our youth programming, it's like trying to get tickets to the Super Bowl or Taylor Swift or whatever high value item you might equivalent it to. So it's good to hear that we're going to increase that, because I think the demand is there. And if I remember from last year, it's also some of our programming that actually breaks even or even makes money. So good to hear.
Councillor Coleman, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, budget driver on the recreational facilities. You mentioned the one-time cost of added to all facilities for increased maintenance and replacement of equipment due to aging. Could you please explain to me what that equipment all is? Because I do have a comment or two, but I want to hear what you got to say first.
Okay, so that was under. I didn't catch everything he said. Was it community halls?
No,
Recreation facilities. Okay. Yeah, so under through the mayor, under recreational facilities, the equipment that I have listed here. So one of them's Olympia blades, which is just your Zamboni blades. Then there's equipment within the facilities themselves. There's furniture, there's glass repairs, there's shower repairs, seat replacement. So it's a number of different things. So it's basically maintaining our assets.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm glad you said seat replacements. I just spent about a week at the sports complex during the Wayne Gretzky tournament, and those seats need to be replaced.
Oh, okay.
Are there any other questions from committee to Phil? Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two questions. First one, looking at cemetery, you got your 2024 priorities. Master plan for the cemeteries, is that 2025? Is that something?
Oh. Yeah, through the mayor, the actual master plan is right now scheduled for 2026, and it'll be part of our overall review of those 110 projects I mentioned. That we'll be looking at all of it to make sure that we're going to actually be able to achieve things. And at some point, I'll come back with later this year, hopefully, a strategic plan for community services that will give you some better guidance on where we can go with current staff complements and where we think we may need to grow. So.
Okay. Yeah. No, I think the cemetery master plan is long overdue. So looking forward to that. And then the second question is related to rec facilities and the recreation programs, and it's a fine line. I understand that. Not unlike planning, where you a large chunk comes from user fees, right? So I just want to ask, like, if I look at the rec and community development, it looks like about half the costs, not quite 50%, is coming in through fees and service charges, and then there's some grants. And then if you look at rec facilities, it's probably about a third, give or take. Is that something you guys monitor regularly to make sure, we're in line with? I know you can't just charge what you'd like to charge, but let me give you an example. You talk about there's an increased demand for the Canesville Community Center, and it's a beautiful facility. Are you looking at, are we charging the appropriate amount, market rate or competitive rates for all these programs.
So through the mayor, I think annually under fees and charges, we'll be looking and doing best practice reviews. And I know in speaking with finance, annually they've actually at budget kind of taken a look at where we are percentage wise as far as funding for the different programs. So we had that discussion just a few minutes ago. So I think that's something that will happen annually. And I think, you know, when you start seeing take up like you do in Kanesville, it's something you got to think about for sure. So it's a good comment. Thank you.
Okay, I trust you, Phil, so we'll look forward to seeing more of that. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Phil? I have one, Phil. The third driveway for the St. George Cemetery, is that going to be closer to the church? Is that closer to the church?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, and is there going to be a second columbarium in St. George in this budget?
It's not in this.
Not right now?
Not this year.
Okay, thank you. No other questions for Phil? Thank you, Phil.
Thank you.
Which takes us to we're going to do 7.8 on the agenda, which is Cindy Stevens speaking to section 9 of the budget.
Good morning, everyone. I'm privileged to present the Emergency and Protective Services Department 2024 budget to you today. There we go. This is a newly reorganized department of the County of Brant Administration. The administration team consists of myself as General Manager and Joanne DaCosta, our Senior Executive Administrator, who also provides support to our CIO. This section provides strategic guidance, leadership, and administrative support to fire services, Brantford Paramedic Services, emergency management, and enforcement services. The General Manager also serves as a staff liaison to the Police Services Board. In 2023, the new department was established with the leadership team, and new procedures were developed to support emergency readiness. In 2024, project oversight will be a priority for the North Paris Fire Station and new paramedic headquarters. As well, OPSU collective bargaining will commence. Other key priorities include a focus on vital human resource initiatives, including mental health support for our emergency services, and recruitment, leadership, and succession planning, all to foster a positive, engaging, supported, and resilient workplace culture. The 2024 operating budget is a new budget that previously did not exist. The operating budget includes salaries, wages, and benefits for the general manager and 50% salary for the senior executive administrator, as well as materials and supplies to support cell phone, mileage, training and development, and our annual department staff meeting. The budget is partially offset by revenues for administrative overhead from paramedic services. And as far as staffing numbers, we're small but mighty here, I guess, with 1.5. But there's a total of 406 staff in the department, and I can break that down further as I go through each division. '23 was a busy year for fire services, completing the recruitment and onboarding of a new deputy fire chief and 19 new volunteer firefighters to serve across our communities. Work also continued on the decontamination and hygiene program with construction of a bunker gear storage room at Mount Pleasant Fire Station, in order of an additional set of bunker gear for firefighting personnel, which will ensure a clean set of gear is always available for each member. Council also approved updates to the establishing and regulating bylaw and the open air burn bylaw. In 2024, health and safety initiatives for personnel will continue to be prioritized, with the construction of the bunker gear storage room slated to start this month at the Burford Station, and developing plans for bunker gear storage for the final 2 stations, Paris and St. George. Approval of the concept plan, detailed design, and start of construction by year end is planned for the North Paris Fire Station. The 2024 budget drivers include salaries, wages, and benefits, which incorporates economic adjustments for all administrative staff and our firefighting personnel. Of note, there is a change to the fire remuneration currently under consideration within the department, with engagement currently underway with our personnel. Staff plan to bring a report to council later this month with a recommendation in this regard, which is expected to have a minor impact to the budget. Materials and supplies increases are attributed to clothing and safety clothing for new firefighters, as well as vehicle maintenance and utilities. Contracted services are increasing for bunker gear cleaning and snow removal. The interfunctional charges are new charges incorporating the fire administration vehicles into the county fleet model. Increasing expenses are offset by a decrease in external transfers, which is related to a decrease in costs for mutual aid and lower costs for dispatch backup agreement with the city. The county also no longer pays rent for use of a private communications tower with the new county communications tower in Scotland. There are also additional revenues budgeted coming from the new tower in Canesville, situated next to the fire station, and additional revenue from the MTO for fire response on provincial highways. For staff numbers, the total in fire is 242. This includes 186 volunteer firefighters, 7 administration staff, and 12 fire communicators. The paramedic services budget approval process is outlined in the paramedic services governance agreement with the city. This process has moved through several steps to date, with county budget approval of the paramedic services budget at the November council meeting. This budget approval includes the 2024 operating and capital budgets, as well as a decision package to add a full-time commander management position and new vehicle for that position. 2024 priorities include the new headquarter project, collective bargaining, and a provincial service review. The service is also the local agency lead on the primary 911 service agreement, which covers paramedics, county fire, city fire, and city police. The agreement is cost shared with the city and is based on population. This is a contracted service with a private service provider. For staff numbers, the total is 130 for this department. There's 113 paramedics, 72 full-time, 41 part-time, and 17 admin staff. The Emergency Management Division provides guidance and support for the municipality's emergency management plan and compliance with required legislation. Through the leadership of our Community Emergency Management Coordinator and our alternate CEMC, the county had a successful emergency exercise in 2023 using enhanced technology and practice in opening a reception center for evacuees. The division has already started working on the 2024 emergency exercise, the public education program, and ongoing work with the GRCA on flood initiatives, including river monitoring and operational response. This budget includes salary for the CEMC and materials and supplies to support the emergency management program. There are no significant changes to this budget in 2024. Our Enforcement Services Division is responsible for ensuring county bylaws are respected through education, compliance, and enforcement. The division also issues lottery licenses, oversees the livestock compensation program, and crossing guard program. In 2023, the division successfully rolled out body-worn cameras onboarded a new parking control officer, and assumed pool enclosure inspections. 2024 is likely going to be a very busy year for this group, with 2 initiatives scheduled for implementation, including the administrative penalty system for parking and automated speed enforcement. The number of enforcement matters continues to increase with county growth. The team works closely with other county divisions, such as planning, roads, and corporate strategy, to modernize procedures and address development concerns. The main budget drivers in 2024 include annualization of the new parking control officer position in salaries and benefits, and a one-time purchase of safety equipment for all of our full-time officers of ballistic vests for field staff. Revenues are budgeted to slightly increase overall from licenses, fines, and fees. For staff numbers, there are 31 total. This includes 17 crossing guards, 6 full-time bylaw enforcement staff, 4 admin staff, and 4 temporary part-time staff. The 2024 proposed capital budget, this includes some work for the OPP detachment to add some covered and counter space in the kitchen area, which was requested by the detachment commander, and will better accommodate the needs of staff at the detachment. The most significant capital projects for fire in 2024 include replacement of self-contained breathing apparatus, replacement of auto extrication equipment, replacement of the St. George pumper truck, and additional funding for the North Paris Fire Station. The Paramedic Services Capital Program is also included, and this has also already received council approval. There are 2 decision packages from Emergency and Protective Services in 2024. Fire Services has included 1 decision packages for a full-time fire prevention officer. This request is critical to return the staff complement of fire prevention officers to pre-COVID levels, when the county had 3 full-time staff in this section. During COVID, a decision was made during the budget process to transition a vacant FPO position to a full-time training officer position, which was identified as a priority in the fire master plan and received significant support from the stations. Prevention activities were down during COVID due to regulation limitations. Today, there is a significant burden placed on fire prevention, as all normal activities have fully resumed and growth is rapid. While the data is not compilated yet for 2023, 2022 saw the highest number of fire-related deaths in the province in history at 133. 2 deaths have been directly attributed to a fire incident in the county in the last 4 years. Fire prevention and public education are the foundation to creating a safe community, and this should be the initial focus of a fire service to create an effective program. Enforcement Services has a decision package for 2 part-time municipal law enforcement officers. These positions are required to maintain current levels of service and operational flexibility to backfill for full-time staff who may be on vacation or sick leave. Expanding scope of service in 2024 with administrative penalty system, automated speed enforcement, and internal adjudication processes will mean additional workload. The operating expenses for these positions would be partially offset by expected revenue from fines. And that concludes my presentation.
Questions to Cindy? Councillor Pierce is first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, we'll start on enforcement services here. I was in full favor of them wearing the body-worn cameras. Unfortunately, our society has come to the point where that has to happen. But are we really at the point where we need ballistic vests, aka bulletproof vests? Because that's kind of scary.
Through the mayor, that is something that has been under consideration for a few years now. The team did an environmental scan as part of the research on this as one component to see what other municipalities were doing. The majority far more than 50% are all already outfitting their municipal law enforcement with ballistic vests. And I can tell you that, you know, Greg and I have had a few conversations around this and had made the decision to bring this forward. And following that, we did have an incident with one of our staff who it could have gone very badly, where someone had an object that could have been used as a weapon, and that person ended up being arrested. So unfortunately, I do think that we're at the point where we should do this and ensure that our staff are safe while they're out there.
I couldn't agree with that more. It's just, it's like I say, it's just kind of, it's unbelievable that we've come this far that that's necessary. That's kind of scary, but absolutely, we have to keep them safe for sure. The next one, and to me in this section is the most important one. We talk about salaries, wages, increases, all that kind of stuff. Why is it that our fire services are only 1.7%?
Through the mayor, this would have incorporated the 2.5% for all staff. Now, finance does this calculation, so I'm not sure why overall it's showing less than the 2.5, but they may need to delve into that further. But certainly, you know, after last year and we looked at the volunteer component and missing quite a few years of that economic adjustment, I know that that has been incorporated into this budget.
Okay, I just want to make sure that that's looked at.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Miller?
I think the fire one, we had a big increase last year, and I think that's why it's not so big this year, but I'll wait for the actual answer. I want to ask through you, Mr. Mayor, to Cindy, the paramedic, the federal provincial grants, that's up 8.7%. Do we know that for sure? Is that based on 2022 and that's how it works? Or how does that work? I should know how that works, but I don't.
I'm going to refer that to Heather Mifflin, just
because sometimes we don't
sure.
find out till March, sometimes what some of these provincial grants will be. And I wonder if, are we assuming, or is that based on actual data?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it isn't confirmed yet. We usually, yes, don't get confirmation until about August, but the formula has been the same for a number of years now, where they look at the previous year's approved budget and take 50% of that. So that's the basis that we've used to do the inflation, or do the increase here. We have not included an inflationary amount like we had in previous years, because the province just hasn't been doing that. So
okay, so then to be clear, then, so basically you're taking the formula, applying it to the 2023, saying, well, they'll probably, so that's not written in stone. That could go up or down, but okay. Again, I should know that. Thank you.
Any other questions for Cindy? Seeing none, we're going to recess for lunch. Then we're going to hear from the library. We're anticipating some conversation around the library's report. And then we're going to look at next steps with Heather Boyd, and then we'll reconvene as a council. So we stand adjourned. Are we on? Thank you. We're back in session as a committee. The next piece of our agenda is going to be 7.9, which is library, which is section 10 on your binder budget, in your binder budget, and Kelly's here to present. And for those of you that are watching at home, Kelly is the Chief Executive Officer of the Library Board. No, of the library. And she's brought Fred with her.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Bailey, and hello, committee. Fred Gladding, Library Board Chair, and I are here to present the library's proposed 2024 budgets. Okay, and as Mayor Bailey said, you can find this in your binder section 10-2. So I should note that the library's budget includes our administration, our public services, our programming staff, as well as our outreach and facilities costs. They're all combined into one budget. And combined, we have 38 staff members who work across 5 locations within the county and 1 outreach branch in Onondaga. So the accomplishments we're most proud of from 2023 are completing the implementation of our technology modernization project, funded largely by a grant and reserves. We've implemented RFID technology across all of our locations, which has greatly improved efficiency for staff. Last year, we introduced our mobile makerspace service countywide. We brought on a full-time makerspace coordinator who has already been able to deliver programming in all corners of the county, including Onondaga. As you heard from my staff back in November, the library is very proud to be ranked first for cardholders among our comparators in the province. So our priorities for 2024, and therefore the drivers of our budget, will be to complete a social inclusion audit of library collections and services. There we go. This is important work that we are doing to ensure that we're providing equitable service so that we're accessible to all branch residents. We're planning to complete a facilities master plan. This will inform our long-term planning and will help us expand our services to especially underserviced areas of our community. And the library board is seeking to re-accredit ourselves against provincial accreditation standards. This is something that expired during COVID that we are just now fully equipped to take on again. So our budget drivers for 2024, with 38 staff members across 5 locations, our most significant budget driver is increases to salaries, wages, and benefits. Those are largely driven by cost of living increases, inflationary increases, as well as some staff reaching the top of their grade or having step increases throughout the year. And a chunk of that is also due to the annualization of that makerspace coordinator position. That position is now full-time. We will have a one-time cost in 2024, $15,000, so that we can replace our online program registration system. The company that we use currently is ceasing to operate and we'll have to replace that. We are also going to experience increases to our some contracted services, namely the cleaning contracts that we have, as well as some systems and technology contracts. So you can see, the budget increases presented here, which total 8.3%. That's an unusual number for the library. We try to keep our increases either to nothing or as small as possible. The figures here are driven largely by inflation and fixed cost increases. Okay, so in front of you, you also have our proposed 2024 capital budget. Most of the items in our proposed capital budget are due to asset maintenance, facility maintenance, facility upgrades, including HVAC upgrades, lighting modernizations, water treatment replacements, mainly keeping the branches running. We have 2 studies included in our capital plan. These are funded in part by development charges. They are growth related, but they are the background studies that will form the basis for the library's master plan. That will be the library's 30-year long-range plan that will drive future services, branches, etc., all the future requests that we'll come to council for. The largest item in our proposed capital budget, of course, is the new main branch at the Bucket Center, which has been the topic of much discussion so far, and I'm sure will be the topic of much discussion going forward. I'd like to explain that the large number you see there, the $23.5 million, is the amount required to ensure that the project is fully budgeted. And that is budgeted according to the $37.7 million cost that was presented to council along with the design concept that was approved last June. So that cost, that does not mean a $23 million hit to the taxpayer. There are several funding sources for that, as you can see laid out on your page. But it's most important to know that the timing of those expenses, whether they're 23 or later, and the final cost themselves will be determined if and when a tender is awarded by council. Fred and I are happy to take your questions.
Okay, questions for Kelly and for Fred. Councillor Pierce, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Kelly. Kelly, you said there was 38 employees. How many are full-time? Can you just break that down?
We are currently at 14 full-time employees and the remainder are part-time. Most of our part-time employees are permanent part-time adult employees with about 30 hours a week.
Thank you.
Other questions for Kelly? None. My anticipation of discussion has been foiled. All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no other questions, we'll go on to number 8 on the agenda, which is next steps. Again, Heather Boyd, please. I apologize for making you wait this long. I really did think there would be discussion.
Through the mayor, so as I reported in my opening presentation, the next meeting of this committee is scheduled for next Wednesday, at which point we're going to hear presentations from the external agencies, and we have allotted some time for a discussion about the capital program. So we haven't got a presentation necessarily we're going to provide on that, maybe some analysis that we're doing on our end. If there's any questions or anything council wants us to look at in terms of the capital program, we're happy to do that between now and next Wednesday. Otherwise, I do intend maybe just opening it up for committee to take a look at the capital program for 2024 and our 10-year projections and just have a discussion about anything they want to see added or removed or just talk about that program. So we haven't done that some of the past years, but we thought this year it would be warranted to have a bigger discussion on capital projects. February 1st, we have scheduled to have our first meeting on deliberation and reviewing the decision packages. Any questions? There were a few that came up today that we didn't have answers to. We'll be presenting those answers at that meeting. We'll be doing a summary of the results of the public engagement pieces, and then also any other questions that council asks us to look at between now and then. If we require other meetings, we'll schedule those throughout February. The hope is that this can be at the February 27th council meeting for approval, but we will play that as the month proceeds. So that's my comments.
Are there any questions to Heather about next steps? Councillor House?
Just one quick one, Heather, through the mayor. And Councilor Pierce was asking the questions along about how many employees, and et cetera. At one of our future meetings, can you tell us how many full-time employees the county has?
Yep, maybe we'll do a summary of that for that February 1st meeting for all the departments, so you can look at it at one document.
Any other questions for Heather? Seeing none, we'll move on. There's no other business, nothing to go in camera about. If I could have a motion to reconvene as a council, Councillor Pierce and Councillor Coleman. All those in favor? We're back as a council, and our next meeting is going to be Wednesday, January the 17th at 6 o'clock, or if necessary, the call of the chair. Councillor Chambers.
And just to let council know that I will not be here on the Wednesday. I have a previous engagement.
Not even if we have roast beef.
Not even if you have caviar.
All right, thank you. Then I'm going to look for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Oakley, thank you.